in Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
You know, the Eagles play actually a pretty tough opponent on Friday. Or on Sunday, on this football Friday.
They play them on Sunday, too.
They play them on Sunday, too. This show started off great. Can we start over? But seriously, they play a pretty tough opponent, and I don't think we're really making much of it at all. Are we at that point? It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
They answer the call. The question of whether or not they could win a game by passing the football. Jaylen Hurts, I don't think, had a bad throw.
This team has exceeded every expectation. Everyone.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, hopefully this one's better. Good Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny,
wait a minute.
Morning.
It's Good Friday? I didn't even get anything for the Easter basket.
Well, every single Friday is Good Friday.
It is a Good Friday.
Good Friday morning.
I was more thinking that you were going to say, welcome to Kincade and Salciunas 200.
That's right. Show number 200, man. Jeez, it's December 20th.
Connor will be back on Monday.
Yes, he'll be back on Monday, and you won't be.
And I won't be.
You're done after 200. Ladies and gentlemen, John Kincade is done.
Yeah, it's just I'm done after 200.
After 200 shows, he said, "You know what? Enough is enough."
I said, "I'm gonna have the 12 days of not getting up at 4 a.m."
Yeah,
that's what I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna write a whole new song. We start at the D'Angelo's tonight.
Oh, that's nice.
The party at Cousin Heather and Steve's house.
You know what I'll do? I'll call you at 4 o'clock every day.
I will be not listening to you. I will not listen to you. I'm just not going to. But it's going to be great. I will check in, though. If you want, I can tell you when I wake up.
What's the movie when the guy's outside at the boombox person's house?
Oh.
I'm going to do that, but with the Price is Right theme, because I know that's your alarm clock. So I'm going to do that every freaking day. Actually, no, I'm only working Monday and Friday.
You're only working Monday, so you're set.
Anyways, it's a football Friday, and the Eagles battle the Commanders this Sunday, Landover, Maryland.
If you've never been, it's an experience like no other.
Like they say, when people say it's a dump, it's not an over-exaggeration.
No, it is the dumpiest NFL stadium I've ever been in, next to the Oakland Coliseum.
Okay.
Which was terrible. Like terrible.
Yeah, that bad.
No, you can't even imagine. How bad. How about this? I think it was worse than the Vet when the Vet was torn down in 2002.
No, wow, really?
No, 2003. They tore down the Vet. It was worse when I saw it. Terrible.
Wow. Well,
awful.
I know we had a lot of fun when we went down a couple of years ago when Wentz was the starting quarterback the Commanders. We did the Philly sports trips, the 1,000 Eagles fans to Landover. It was a lot of fun. But
we met your doppelganger.
Yep, that's right. But the stadium did stink, and so the Eagles are heading to that stadium. High of 25 on Sunday.
With a wind chill. I believe opening kick is going to feel like 18 or 19.
So, guys, the Eagles are favorited in this game, but just by 3.5. Like, this is actually a pretty difficult game. The Washington Commanders are a playoff team. They've faced you already this season, so they've seen a little bit about what you can throw their way. And in that game, the Eagles both had to run and throw, so it's not like this was during the winning streak where Jaylen threw the ball 15 times. He threw the ball 32 times in that game. He's only surpassed 30 times passing in this winning streak twice, that game and then this past weekend against the Steelers. So they've had the opportunity to see Jaylen Hurts as the throwing quarterback, and of course Saquon Barkley was running the football that game. So the Eagles-Commanders game on Sunday is all of a sudden a little bit of a sneaky, decent matchup. Now,
it's sneaky, all right.
Before we get into previewing the matchup, which we'll do all day today, we got Andrew DeCecco for the 8 o'clock hour. I'll ask this right off the bat. Have you reached the point of wake me up when the playoffs start? And I ask that question because, John, all week long, it's not like this game got difficult this morning. This game's been difficult since Monday morning. After the Eagles-Steelers win, big win against the Steelers. We've seen this in the NFL a million times. The come-down performance the following week after a big win, especially an emotional win like that one because it was coming off of everything that happened after the Panthers game, right? There's levels to this. I'm not saying I'm picking the Eagles to lose. It's just it might not be another 3-score blowout like we saw this past weekend.
Oh, that is not happening.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty close. But, John, all week long, have we talked to a single person that has said anything about this Commanders game?
No, we really haven't talked about it much because I think people have moved on to looking ahead, to just looking at, well, are you going to be the 1 seed, are you going to be the 2 seed, or otherwise? It's a very dangerous thing to do, considering, and I'll say it to you again in case you don't remember. 8:26 to go in the game, fourth quarter. Remember, the Commanders were 4th and 2 at the Eagles' 26-yard line, down 12-10. Remember that the Eagles scored a touchdown in the second half to make it 12-10.
Mm-hmm.
It was 8:23 to go when that disastrous decision was made for the Commanders to go for it. Jaden Daniels sort of fumbles the snap. Jalen Carter blows up the play.
Yep.
Zach Baun cuts across and takes Jaden Daniels out. Eagles get the ball. Eagles turn it around, go down the field, march down the field, score a touchdown to go up 19-10. Remember, this game could have been 8:20-something to go. Kick, field goal, 43-yarder. Commanders leading 13-12. Eagles having to go down to take the lead. I have every confidence that they could have done that.
Right.
But anyone who spins it any other way than the Commanders gave the Eagles all they could handle on their home field, the Commanders and the Eagles play tight games.
They do.
It's just what they do.
In case people forget, this was their 6th straight win, that win against the Commanders. So it's not like this was the beginning of the win streak.
No.
This wasn't the second win after the Browns game. This was following Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jags, Cowboys, then the Commanders on the short week. So, and before it, well, it was a short week. Yeah, it was the short week for the Commanders, too. Both teams were dealing with a short week.
And they had to travel, so it was a shorter week for them.
Right.
They traveled the day before, so it was actually much worse for them.
Right. And the Eagles pulled out the win, and look, they haven't looked back. They continue to win football games. They've now won 10 straight games. It's a franchise record. But this game isn't a lock for the Eagles. I feel comfortable saying that the Eagles will win this football game when we do our predictions, when I do the pregame show on Sunday. I feel very comfortable saying that the Eagles will win this game on Sunday. But this is one of those other tests. This is the final test of the regular season because I don't think anybody's worried about the Cowboys game. I don't think anybody's worried about the Giants game. When it comes to two teams that are still playing for something, the Commanders for a playoff spot, the Eagles for the 1 seed, this is still one of those games where you go, all right, let's see what this Eagles team is made of. Now, I have all my answers. I do.
You have all the answers.
This team's going to the NFC Championship game, okay? They are.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I've been with you.
You've been.
And they're probably going to go to the Super Bowl if the Lions are as banged up as they are come NFC Championship time. But this is still another game where you go, all right, let me see what they're made of. This is a good team. The Eagles have been on fire. They've won 10 straight games. But because of all the winning and because we are looking ahead, we are completely looking past this Commanders game on Sunday.
Well, I think we're looking at it because if you look at the Jaylen Hurts era, if you will, the Jaylen Hurts era, he's won, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He is 6-1 versus the Commanders.
Right.
So we have had a really good run versus Washington
but all tight
under his tenure. Last year, an overtime game and a game that, by the way, and if Washington had went for 2 at the end of that game, I think they would have won. The way that game was going, that momentum was going, and then that 38-31 game, which was crazy down there. This year, pretty much 26-18. That game was weird late. Remember, again, Commanders had a chance to take the lead with 8 minutes to go and chose not to. And everything changed at that point, and then a bunch of points were scored. So to me, anybody looking past this game, it's dangerous. It's a dangerous thing to do.
Yeah.
We went to the 24-8 game back in 2022, you and I.
Yeah, it was 9 sacks on Wentz alone?
Oh, my gosh. It was a day.
That was a lot of fun.
It was,
and it was nice out.
It was gorgeous. It was September.
Yeah, it's not what you're going to see on Sunday when it's 25 degrees. Yeah, it was a beautiful win.
I think this is one where, here's what I'm saying Washington's doing. I know Dan Quinn. I know their coach well. And I know
talk a little bit about you did this before the Thursday night game, and everything that you said literally came true in that game.
That's because I think Dan Quinn is one of those coaches that By the way, I think he is a better. I don't know. I think he's a. I'm going to put this. He is every bit the coach Nick Sirianni is, if not more, as far as a coach. The motivator thing, the whole that's him too.
Yeah.
He connects with his players. He gets great energy. He's doing a great job in year one. I think he's really easy to figure out what he's going to do. And to me, he's told that team all week long. I know what the message is. They think they're on cruise control. We need 2 wins to make the playoffs. Come on, boys. We got to win. We haven't had double-digit wins in 12 years. You heard Bram say it yesterday. Mm-hmm. We want to make the playoffs. This game would also send a message that we're going to be a problem in this division for years to come.
It's also a message, hey, come playoff time, there's a chance that these two teams face each other.
The third time.
First round of the playoffs.
If the Commanders win 2 games and make the playoffs, which they should, by the way, they play the Falcons at home next week. They're at the Cowboys. They should be able to find a way to 11 wins and be a playoff team. If they're that wild card team and you have to play them the third time, they want to send messages.
Yeah.
And the whole message of physicality and reading all the stuff out of D.C. this week, Dan Quinn's been talking about how we have to match the physicality, how you got to – they're going to try to see if they can bully the Eagles, and I believe it's going to be running the football.
And look, that's what Brian Robinson, who we played some audio from him yesterday, after the Eagles beat the Commanders on that Thursday night, he said that the Eagles were the more physical team in that contest. Now, the audio that we played for you yesterday, he believes that they are the better team. That's probably another message that's being sent. Not the we're the better team, but we shot ourselves in the foot. And you mentioned that 4th and 2.
Yeah,
the botched snap, which then led to Jalen Carter being a beast. And then it was Zach Bond, as you said, and Reed Blankenship coming in there for that final tackle. And the Eagles end up winning the game. A lot of the reason was because of that specific play.
Yeah, I mean, it was that one play swung all the momentum in that game. If you're selling the Commanders short, I think you really are making a mistake because this team has everything to play for. They're not in. The Eagles are in. And the Eagles win one game, they're going to be the 2 seed.
Yeah.
They know it would be easy for them to be caught a little bit off guard this weekend. It would not be easy for Washington to be caught off guard.
Yeah, but you know what? The one thing for the Eagles still is that 1 seed possibility.
Oh, it is.
And because it is still a possibility, hopefully they don't have that mindset.
I don't believe they will go in. Now, how about this? I don't believe the Eagles will go in with that mindset, but I do believe at some point Sunday we're going to be saying, are the Eagles matching their enthusiasm and energy for this
when are they
game?
going to wake up? When are you guys going to wake up?
That's what I'm feeling. Like, you're going to get – the Eagles may get punched in the mouth a few times on Sunday. How do they respond? They should be able to respond well. And but – I'm going to tell you right now that I think it's going to be a hellish Sunday afternoon.
All right, so we're going to preview this Eagles-Commanders game for you all day today. As I mentioned, Andrew DeCecco is going to be joining us.
Love that.
For the entire 8 o'clock hour. Kevin Nagani is going to be joining us at 9 o'clock. We can talk everything with Kevin at 9 o'clock. So we'll break down Eagles-Commanders for you. But again, our topic to start the show, our question for you that we would love to get your input on, it's 610-632-0975. Whether you want to text in, call in, it's the same phone number. Have you reached up the wake me up when the playoffs start mode? And so let's unpack this a little bit, Johnny. I'll be honest. I kind of am, but from a different perspective. I'm not doing like, all right, I'm going to close my eyes. Look, we do this for a living. We can't do that. I'm going to close my eyes, and all of a sudden it's a playoff Saturday or playoff Sunday, depending on when the Eagles play.
Correct.
But I am more so almost looking at, all right, what are the Lions doing Sunday, and what are the Vikings doing on Sunday? I will watch the Eagles game, but my phone will be up with score alerts for what's going on in Detroit and Minnesota. I will be spending, I can't say equal amount of attention, because again, a game versus scoreboard watching, there's no equal amount of attention being spent there. But I'm going to be doing a lot of refreshing. Honestly, I don't normally do this. I might do the red zone while the Eagles.
No.
I
can't do that. You can't do that.
Dude, I got to see what's going on.
No, you got to work Monday, and I don't want you screwing up our show.
Well, you're not.
I want you to be able to
What do you
take
care?
care of business.
What do you care, Mr. Day Off?
Look, I'm going to say this, is that there is here's one key to the game, too, is they are going to do everything they can to sell out to stop Saquon Barkley.
I imagine that, yeah.
Because they are lousy against the run. This is a team, and by the way, I don't know, I heard in a couple spots this week saying, boy, Washington, you can pass all over them. They're a team you want to pass against. The Washington pass defense is 4th in the NFL. They're 4th. This is a really good secondary and a really good pass defense. Against the run, they're 25th. This is going to be a perfect game and a perfect day. Imagine the resolve of punching Saquon Barkley at them. I thoroughly expect that this is a Saquon Barkley game with the passing game getting featured also.
Right.
But you have to run the ball against them. And by the way, they did a pretty nice job last game against Saquon, but then Saquon busted.
Yeah, Saquon ends up finishing with 146 yards.
Remember, he
in
had
that
the
game.
big run late.
Yeah, it was a 70-yard or something like that.
It was the big touchdown run late and everything like that helped.
But the passing game was, to your point, was pedestrian. Jaylen was 18 of 28, so not his best completion percentage of the season. 221 yards. AJ, he spread the ball well. AJ had 5 catches for 65. Goddard, who you won't have Sunday, 5 catches for 61. Barkley had 2 for 52. Devontae had 4 for 29. I would imagine that comes up a little bit considering how great the connection was last week between the two.
Take notice of the 2 for 52 to Barkley, that they saw something potentially there. So I go back and watch the 15-minute game yesterday.
Okay.
And take notice of that. I think that they have a chance to potentially exploit Washington throwing the ball to Barkley when they get sort of taken a little off guard. And I'm not just talking about checkdowns. They're a team that doesn't, in the intermediate, does not tackle well. Their secondary's done well. But to me, I see this as a game where the Eagles are going to go in and try to punch them right in the nose and try to make Jaden Daniels look like a rookie again.
Yeah, and look, they did.
He was a little banged up last time, too, by the way. His ribs, he wasn't running well.
You'll hear about that coming up later on
Yep.
this hour. Gunner, BG, number 1 BG in Philadelphia right now, actively in the power rankings. What do you think about the question today? Have you reached the point of wake me up when the playoffs start?
Yeah, it's funny because I just told you guys I'm flying to Florida, and I'm flying back right after the game on Sunday. And usually I'd be pretty, PO'd about it because I like to sit down and watch an Eagles game on the couch, focus in on it. This time I'm going to be watching on my phone in an airport, and I can't even say I'm that mad at it because I am kind of just wake me up when we get to the second week in January because I really think this Eagles team is going to end up being the 1 or 2 seed. I don't want to gloss over.
The 2 seed's happening.
Yeah,
we know that.
The 2 seed's happening. They're going to win one of the last 3.
I don't want to gloss over a Washington team that did play us tough last time, but if they win, is it really going to move the needle for me as far as what I expect their expectations to be? No. Like, my expectations are set for this team. If they lose, maybe it'll take them down a peg. But I can't say I'm overly concerned with this game on Sunday, and I am kind of wake me up when we get to the playoffs.
He said something that is for context, that's big for us. So there's probably an Eagles fan listening right now going, so what, you're watching the game on your phone in the airport? When we watch games, we're not like, let's watch the birds. When we watch games, it's take notes. It's
Look,
talking
we're
points.
we're just loving the game as much as you do.
But we're also
we have to
thinking about
what's
the next
angle.
day.
We will literally text each other as a group during the show going, okay, we got our storyline for tomorrow.
Yeah, or if maybe the color analyst says something,
make sure you grab. We'll say, hey, Gunner, grab what Tom Brady just said.
Exactly.
Right. So Brendan's saying I'm going to watch on my phone in an airport where you're probably not going to have the best Wi-Fi. You're probably not going to have the best audio.
TSA,
right, exactly. Like that's very big for what we do for a living.
Yes.
That it's not going to be locked in. Like, I don't party when I watch the Eagles.
No.
I sit down and I'm basically working. Woe is me. I work while watching the Eagles games.
It's fun as hell.
But that's what the point I'm trying to make is for Gunner to say, I'm not going to be like locked into the Eagles game. I'm going to be watching, but not locked in from a work standpoint. And it's not killing me either. Right, exactly. And you're like, yeah,
because
whatever.
you're already thinking about either the second weekend in January or the third, like whenever the playoffs begin.
Right.
You're already thinking about that. And I don't think anybody is being arrogant to feel that way or otherwise. But if you look past the Commanders, I will tell you in advance, I think you're making a mistake. I would have, by the way, It would not shock me at all if Washington won this game.
Yeah, and the team cannot do that.
They won't.
The
But
fans
the thing is,
can. Yeah.
exactly. Fans can do whatever the hell they want. Good point, Gunnar. I mean, the fans can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
The team's not doing it.
No, the team's not
The
gonna
team's
do that.
trying it. But I wonder, one thing you can do, you can have all the best game plan, you can have all, but one team's energy can outdo your energy. One team's desperation can outdo your
the
desperation.
desperation's the
And
big-
they're
the big one
They
there.
want, look, this is a chance to party at home. And they're tired of all the fans.
The D word is important, John.
It is?
Have you reached the point where you are saying, wake me up when the playoffs start? You can text in, you can call in 610-632-0975. And it's an interesting question because they have a good game on Sunday. If I ask this question next week against the Cowboys, you'd probably be like, yeah, I just want to see them beat up the Cowboys because I hate
Yes.
the Cowboys, but wake me up when the playoffs come. This is still a pretty big game against the Commanders, and you could see them win the NFC East crown if that means anything for you at this stage of the season.
Which would be awesome.
Coming up next, yesterday we had Bram Weinstein on, the voice
did.
of the Commanders, and you kind of touched on it. He said the biggest difference from last time they played to what they will be doing Sunday. I will tell you what that is, or he will tell you what that is, but I will say, Johnny, this case for this team and the rest of the teams in the NFC, they don't scare me.
Ooh.
I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Birds are heading to D.C. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services. Locally family-owned and operated for 150 years, Moyer's been keeping lawns green and lush at homes pest-free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. Yes, the Eagles are heading down to Washington to take on the Commanders this Sunday. The Birds can wrap up the NFC East with a win on Sunday, and they can extend their franchise record-setting win streak to 11 in a row. It'll be tough against a divisional opponent, but Jaylen Hurts spoke to the media earlier this week about how to neutralize a familiar opponent.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same dish for years and years and games and games. You know, I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple. Kind of avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight against the Charlotte Hornets at home. After fracturing his sinus last Friday, Joel Embiid has practiced the last 2 days and he's being reevaluated today. He's questionable for tonight's game, but he is progressing better than expected. And the Flyers fell to the LA Kings last night by a score of 7-3. And the Phillies, they made a signing, not that notable though. They signed outfielder Max Kepler to a one-year deal. This update was also brought to you by Ace Homeware Home Services. Got a leaky pipe, having issues with your heat? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it. They've got the pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
On this Football Friday on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey. So I mentioned, Johnny, I'm obviously locked in Eagles Commanders on Sunday, but I will be paying close attention to Lions Bears almost to the point where I think I'll have red zone up, which is something I don't typically do.
How about just having the flip? You know, that's the game you just go back to. Commercial break Eagles, go to the Bears Lions.
Will the Bears Lions game be available on your local networks?
Oh, you do not have the YouTube TV?
No.
See, I can't even imagine.
Hulu has live sports. Jaylen Hulu has live sports. Hurts.
I can't even imagine.
Joel Embiid, Hulu has live sports.
I can't imagine not having red zone or not having like the.
Well, I have red zone.
No, having the individual games where you can get to every game.
Oh, okay.
Like I can watch any game.
Yeah, well, that's nice. Congratulations on your success with your $20 pay increase.
I said, so there it goes.
Monthly pay increase.
$10.
You guys are dealing. Oh, sorry, 10.
10. There it goes.
You poop out money whenever.
Hey, our Comcast internet is so cheap.
Yes, I have that as well.
That we can afford it.
I love the Comcast Business Studios. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
But Lions-Bears 1 o'clock. Now, I am going to guess the Lions win that game. But the Vikings-Seahawks game, we'll
pretty much guarantee it.
And that's the 4:05 game. So that's the game that we can lock into where there's no Eagles going on.
Right.
So Vikings-Seahawks is taking place at 4:05
I think we can
Seattle.
do this one. I think that one can go our way, too.
It could. Seahawks are still fighting for some stuff.
No, Seahawks are tied for first with the Rams. And to me, that's the game. If the Vikings are going to take a loss, that's the one they're going to take.
Well, Packers.
That's the one. That could.
The following week.
That could.
I would say the Packers is more likely than the Seahawks.
Here's the only thing is the Packers have, again, every good team they play, they lose. And that's they lose 2 to the Lions.
They beat the Seahawks last week.
They lose 1 to the Eagles. No, they play the Seahawks this week.
No, the Packers beat the Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean it's like
they beat the Texans. They've actually had some decent. Beat the
Texans are mediocre.
They beat the Cardinals.
Cardinals are mediocre.
They beat the Rams.
I'm talking about they're 0-2 against the Lions, lost to the Eagles, lost to the Vikings.
A lot of teams are 0-N against the Lions.
But they lost to the Eagles and lost to the Vikings too.
Yes,
they haven't won any of their 4 biggest challenges.
That is true.
And to me, that's a red flag on whether that team is real or not.
All right, so you mentioned Jayden Daniels last segment and how last time the Eagles played them, he was a little banged up. He had a rib injury.
Right.
So yesterday we spoke with the voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, who does a great job, and he's joined us a couple of times this year, obviously before the Thursday night game, but we had him on before the season started as well. They were excited for Jayden Daniels from the jump before the season even started, and they're even more excited now because of how well he's played. Here's Bram talking about seeing a better version of Jayden Daniels on Sunday.
The record is largely not just because of the brotherhood and the chemistry and all the really good job that Adam Peters did to rebase this roster, but it's him. Go watch him play. Like I think you're going to see a very different version of him. You're going to see the one we've gotten more accustomed to than the one you saw on Thursday night about a month ago. Because this team was dying for a bye, was injured. He was still injured. I don't take anything away from it. I think the Eagles are the better team. So, I don't want to take anything away from it, but I think you're going to see the more healthy, vibrant version of Jayden Daniels on Sunday than the one you saw about a month ago, which has become the norm for us.
Thing is, can Jayden Daniels, and it's one of the things that I would ask all of you guys, can Jayden Daniels do anything that Lamar Jackson can't do better at this point in his career?
No, not yet.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've watched them make Matthew Stafford look pedestrian. I've watched them make the 2-time MVP Lamar Jackson look ordinary.
Right.
I'm not worried that Jayden Daniels is going to put on the Michael Vick experience for us, and just dominate it. But I do believe he's going to be more dangerous than he was the last.
Yeah, but I'm also curious to see how do the Eagles, now that they have a game of tape on the Commanders, obviously, it's a game of adjustments. It's a chess match, these NFL games. I wonder if that helps, too. Like, they've already seen. I know he wasn't the same Jayden Daniels that we've been seeing, but because they have some tape on Jayden Daniels after their first matchup, I wonder if that helps them.
It could. They also have tape on us.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Vic.
I got Vic Fangio. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
And one of the best defenses in the NFL.
I would expect that you're going to see a little less aggressive Eagles defense. And one that sort of, I think they're more worried about keeping him and protecting the edges. Then you're going to see a team that's going to go all-out jailbreak. But Jalen Carter made the first matchup a mess for Jayden Daniels. If Jalen Carter continues, by the way, and again, Jalen Carter, and watching the 15-minute game from last week again, Jordan Davis. For God's sakes, thank God Jordan Davis didn't do the after Thanksgiving.
No, the fall off? No, he's been amazing.
Thank God. The conditioning worked. For Jalen Carter, too, who had a little bit of an off stretch down the pace last year. He's only a second-year guy. But, man, if Jalen Carter does what he does in the first matchup, Jayden Daniels is going to have a long day.
Yeah, and this Eagles secondary has been tremendous. Like Terry McLaurin might get his, but what is his against the Eagles defense?
That is going to be.
Yeah, last time it was nothing. Yeah, and nothing.
But you asked me before. You said, I know Coach Bro. And I, in fact, was one of the people who helped give him his name. Coach Bro. He's Coach Bro. He's one of the boys. I guarantee you, I know the man's brain. He is going to say, man, last time we played, Terry McLaurin, one of my most important players, got embarrassed.
1 catch, 10 yards.
We're going to correct that. He's going to force it. So be prepared. Be ready for that. They're going to, much like last week, we said, they're going to force the ball to A.J. Brown. Are we worried about that? The Commodes are going to make sure that they get the ball to Terry McLaurin. And they're going to worry about getting it to him early. They're going to worry about getting him involved early because he was embarrassed at that first down.
Yeah, but is Terry McLaurin A.J. Brown? Like, is he capable of going out there and dominating, enforcing his will?
The physical nature of it, Gunner, no. The dangerous nature of him, getting him into some space and getting him, yes.
Which he's very talented. He had a monster game last week, too.
Do they try to work him around to Quinyon Mitchell? Do they try to match him up with Slay as much as possible?
I would think that they're going to take their chances with Slay.
I
really do.
Since that Eagles game when he had 1 catch for 10 yards.
What are his numbers?
5 for 102 and a touchdown, 8 for 73 and 2 touchdowns, 7 for 73 and 2 touchdowns.
It's going to be the agenda, but I know Quinn's mind. And it's going to be one of my great players who I really am going to build this thing on the foundation of. He's one of our stars. He got embarrassed last matchup. Well, we're going to show the Eagles right away that he's here to play.
Yeah.
And that could be something where, like we've seen it 2 of the last 3 weeks, we've seen Quinyon Mitchell just miss jumping a route. I think they're going to put him on Slay. They're going to try to get as much time of McLaurin on Slay. And we'll see what happens.
All right. So I want to bring this up. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about this. So we play that clip from Bram, and he's talking about, the better version of Jayden Daniels. Now, let me make this clear. Okay. I'm not saying that Jayden Daniels is not good. I'm not saying that any of the quarterbacks we're going to talk about are not good.
Okay.
But there is a line between that player is good and I'm scared of that player. If I look at the AFC, regardless of the poor season that Patrick Mahomes is having in terms of his standards.
Right, exactly.
I'm forever scared playing against Patrick Mahomes.
I think he's scarier than Josh Allen.
I am scared of playing Josh Allen. I am scared, even though the Eagles did a tremendous job against him, of playing against Lamar Jackson, right?
Okay, sure, absolutely.
I just mentioned 3 AFC quarterbacks to you. There is not one quarterback in the NFC where I go, ooh, scared. Not one.
Scared, if you're using scared as your term, if you're putting him on the respect, I think it's the respect you have for Josh Allen, the respect you have for Lamar Jackson,
right,
and everything. There should be no quarterback in the NFC that you have that level of respect for.
I've seen Baker Mayfield have success against the Eagles.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success.
But am I saying I'm scared of Baker Mayfield? No. Jared Goff they're the 1 seed. You got to give a guy a certain level of respect for being the quarterback of the best team in the NFC.
Okay.
I'm not scared of Jared Goff.
No. Scared of Jared Goff would be a misnomer.
Sam Darnold, no.
No.
Jordan Love, no. Jayden Daniels, no. Matt Stafford, kind of, but look at what the Eagles did against them this year.
They made him look so pedestrian, and I'll take this. I will take young Matthew. He's not young anymore. I will take Matt Stafford if you tell me it's going to be 25 degrees at the Link, I will take playing Matt Stafford all day long.
Right.
All day long.
A Georgia kid, a dome in Detroit.
Texas was
and
Texas,
now in LA.
Texas and Georgia.
Right.
And I'll tell you, and then LA. I'll take it. I will take it all day long. By the way, I'll take Goff all day long. That's why it's like if the Eagles get the 1 seed and you haven't booked your hotel and everything like that, you're stupid. Because it's going to be Jared Goff on the outside his splits are ridiculously bad.
Yeah.
Compared to what he's worth.
But isn't that amazing that the road to the Super Bowl, there's not a quarterback where I fear?
Did you fear any of them in 22?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. No. Daniel Jones, no. Brock Purdy, no.
That should be your good thought of the day.
I love that.
That should be your good thought of the day.
How about that?
I mean, that should be your good thought of the day. Did you fear any quarterbacks in 22?
And then hopefully you don't run into one you fear in the Super Bowl again.
Well, then there it is.
Yeah.
And guess what? By the way, I do fear Patrick Mahomes. I'm slightly...
Good thing he won't be in the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
All right, coming up next, We'll check the text line. Have you reached the point where you're at wake me up when the playoffs start mode? 610-632-0975. And when you look at the landscape in the NFC, is there a quarterback? I'm talking strictly quarterback. I'm not saying team because obviously the Lions are still a fearful team. Is there a quarterback? We have talked so much about can Jaylen Hurts win throwing the football. Is there a quarterback in the NFC where you're going, man, I'm worried about that guy? Because I don't think so. Also, great news for the Eagles yesterday. We'll tell you who was back on the practice field next. It's Kincade Salciunas on a Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
The questions about the passing game, they have been answered. I'm done questioning the passing.
.648 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a football Friday.
Oh, it is.
Johnny's last day of the year.
Of the year?
Of the year.
Of the year.
Enjoy your time off. Happy show number 200.
Happy show 200. I want to make sure I saw that.
It's been a very fun ride.
It has been.
Since we started. What was the first day?
March something.
23rd?
Nah, it was like, yeah, I think it was.
Sounds about right.
About right.
You probably know that influential moment in my life.
Yeah, it was. You should have known that. Yeah, absolutely.
Probably should remember.
Today's the day you began training to be a
producer. Yeah, wow, 10 years ago today.
Wow, that's amazing.
And,
look how far you've come.
I've enjoyed every moment of it.
Every moment?
Every single moment.
You know what they say? In those 10 years?
Plenty to say about sports in Philly.
Yeah. Well, the first 5 years I had nothing to say. I was not allowed to speak. You know, you young producers.
That was a Matt Nahagian thing, right?
Yeah, you young producers allowed to jump on the air right away.
So nobody knew who you were for years?
No, for 5 years I was not allowed to crack the mic.
Wow.
You know, all of a sudden these young producers come in here and they're hosting shows about 5 days in.
It's unbelievable.
I'm happy for them.
What they get to do.
That's great.
Good life.
All right, before we check our text line on any of our topics today, the Eagles had great news yesterday.
I mean, great news.
He was just a limited participant, but Landon Dickerson was back on the practice field. He suffered the knee injury on Sunday against the Steelers, and that was the one you spoke to a few people.
Well, they were the most concerned about by the time I left the building Sunday night. The most concern was about Landon Dickerson. And looks like we've dodged a bullet, folks. Dodged a bullet.
And I saw Zach Berman tweeting about this. Yesterday's practice was pad practice.
Yes.
They've been doing practices on Wednesday, but then walk through Thursday. They flipped it.
Right.
So Landon Dickerson came back for not just a walkthrough. He came back for a legitimate practice. Now, limited.
But
he still came back for the practice. And
they limited AJ yesterday, too.
They did, and Sidney Brown, who had the concussion.
And the thing is, they just let them go, let them come along as it goes. And AJ Brown's a freaking beast.
He is a freaking beast. You know who else?
So is Landon Dickerson.
You know who else was a limited participant yesterday?
Who's that?
Bryce Huff.
Wow. Wait. Bryce Huff. Let me Google him. Who is he?
It's amazing. Johnny and I were talking about this off the air yesterday. Normally, when a player like this would be coming back, think about it. Their biggest price tag free agent.
Yes.
Normally, if a player were to get hurt, we would think, A, it was detrimental to the team, and B, when he's coming back, we'd be like, oh, my God, it's like they made a trade. It's like
they picked somebody up.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're just kind of like, all right.
Yeah. That's fine.
Is there a world where now that Nolan Smith has stepped up, it's going to be him and Josh Sweat out there? You can literally use Bryce Huff for what he's best at, and that's the only thing you'll need him for.
He might be. Look,
is there a world where he's a little bit better?
He's going to be at 20. He got down to like 25% of the snaps.
Here's the thing is that I'm not going to be pissed off if Bryce Huff ends up being a guy who plays 25% of the snaps if he contributes. Like,
you'll be pissed off when you remember the price tag.
The price tag, sure. But I'm not going to be like, wow, what a freaking bust.
Yeah,
you know
I won't be like PO'd in the season. Maybe in the offseason if it prohibits them from getting another guy on the edge because they're already diverting so much money to him. But right now, if he can go in there, rush the passer on passing downs, and that's all he does, and he can contribute anything, I'll take that this late in the season.
Well, yeah, this late in the season, you would definitely take that.
I think they're so excited about Nolan Smith and what they've got. And it was weird from a conversation that I had last weekend with someone in the know that Jalix Hunt. And I just think to our boy Andrew Tacheko, who was high on Jalix Hunt. And that he was going to be a guy that he thought was going to contribute here and was going to do something.
What game was it? The Panthers game. He made like 3 or 4, I'm not going to say game-saving tackles.
No, but he made...
But like Bryce Young escaped.
You know he's there.
Yeah, Bryce Young escaped, and it was one man to beat before he got to the second or third level.
Sure.
And what was a 6-yard gain could have been 25-30. And we know in that game, it came down to the very end. If Leggett makes that catch, the Eagles would have to go downfield to try to kick a field goal or score a touchdown in order to win. There were a couple of plays by Jaylen Hurts that game against the Panthers where you said, wow, he's a big part of that win.
I think it was real. What I love about the Jaylen Hurts thing right now, and a lot of the things he's doing, I'll tell you, I don't see until I watch the 15-minute game. I don't see until I go to the NFL Plus and look at the all
football guys.
The all 22.
That, you know?
I look at it and go, wow. But it's so nice is that he doesn't look like he's out of place.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't look like he's overmatched. And that's great because I did not expect this to be anything more than sort of like a redshirt year for him.
Yeah.
Almost.
Well, they've needed him with Brandon Graham going down, with Bryce Huff going down. Speaking of Huff, the most snaps he played in terms of percentages this season was the Cleveland win, where he played 54% of the snaps. And then it just went down. 47 against the Giants, 38 against the Bengals, 11 against the Jags. Now, remember, that was 2 days before the trade deadline, and a lot of us were like, wait, are they going to try to do something here? But that's when the wrist popped up. Then he played 20% against Dallas, 21% against Washington, and now he's been hurt ever since. 25% range is probably where we should expect to see Bryce Huff because before the injury, that's where he was at, or 38.
Hey, make it. Let me hear his name. Let me hear his name on getting in on a couple of big plays. Let me hear. That's all I'm looking for right now. And honestly, the way this defense has been swinging, it may be all they need.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So Bryce Huff looks like he could be back as early as Sunday. All right, so coming up next, we'll reset the show. We'll check our text line. Our question today: have you reached "Wake Me Up When the Playoffs Start" mode yet? 610-632-0975. And is there a quarterback? Are we missing something? Is there a quarterback in the NFC where you sit here and say, you know what, I would be scared to face that quarterback? I don't think there's one in the NFC that you should be scared of. We'll discuss more of that coming up next. And Johnny, we have an update. In 200 shows, your favorite segment ever was the NFL.com quarterback power rankings.
Oh yeah, I mean it was the one where I thought I should have gone to the bathroom.
That was your favorite segment in the 200 shows. We finally got the update. Did Jaylen Hurts move up, or was he disrespected? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Heading to D.C., I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services. Locally family-owned and operated for 150 years, Moyer's been keeping lawns green and lush and homes pest-free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. Yes, the Eagles are heading down to Washington to take on the Commanders this Sunday. The Birds can wrap up the NFC East with a win, and they can extend their franchise record-setting win streak to 11 in a row as well. It's going to be tough against a divisional opponent, but Jaylen Hurts spoke earlier this week about how to neutralize a familiar foe.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same this for years and years and games and games. You know, I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple. Kind of avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight at home against the Charlotte Hornets, and after fracturing his sinus last Friday, Joel Embiid has practiced the last 2 days and is being reevaluated today. He's questionable for tonight's game, but it is progressing better than expected. The Flyers fell to the LA Kings last night by a score of 7-3, and the Phillies made a signing. It was outfielder, 10-year vet Max Kepler. They signed him to a 1-year deal. This update was also brought to you by Winter Wonderland at PJ Wheelahands. Get through the cold winter blues by meeting at PJ's for their brand new seasonal drinks and food menu, including their new wing of the month, Lemon Pepper. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. December the 20th, 5 days away from Christmas. John's been ready since, I don't know, November 20th.
I've been done forever. Yeah, it's good. But the shortest day, it makes me happy because the shortest day of the year is tomorrow.
Oh, how about that?
And then we start to get more sunlight. I am a person who is absolutely driven nuts by the lack of sunlight.
Yeah, I like sunlight. Sunlight is nice.
I don't like it when it's like 95 degrees hot, but I can't take the darkness. The darkness just bums me out. I don't enjoy it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
There you go.
You know? Yeah, I would like the sun to come back. The elves will be working in Santa's
the elves are
workshop
working
today.
hard?
Yeah,
Good.
the elves will be working hard today.
They got stuff to put together.
I mean, there's a
sure.
lot of work that needs to be done by the elves. We only got 5 days left, but today will be a big day for the elves with the presents being wrapped and
Wow.
you name it. Big day for the elves.
Good job, elves.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Pro elf here.
I like the pro elf stuff. We would do the stuff early too.
I'm going to tell you about the NFL.com quarterback power rankings coming up in a little bit. John loved this segment last week.
It was honestly far and wide. Everybody
It was his
talking
favorite
about it.
segment of the 200 shows that we have done. I will update you. If you remember, Jaylen Hurts was 18th last week.
Which was the stupidest thing that has come out of your mouth on this show in 200.
I didn't say it.
Well, you're the one who brought it to the table. You're the one who gave it life.
It led to conversation, did it not?
It led
Job done.
Led me to stomach retching.
Well, you've had a couple of those.
I've had a couple of those
incidents.
recently. Yes, I have.
All right. Have you reached Wake Me Up When the Playoffs Start mode? That's where we're starting today. You can text in and call in 610-632-0975. Gunner, read us the text that we have on it because I'm curious to see where the people are. You and I talked about this when the show first started. I'm locked in Eagles Commanders. This is a good game.
That's a really good
It's only a 3.5-point line. The Eagles the favorites in D.C. But I would be lying to you if I said I was not going to be paying attention a lot to Lions-Bears, who are also kicking off at 1 o'clock on Sunday, because I want to see, can the Lions be handed another loss, which could help the Eagles still get the 1 seed. So I'm still locked in. I'm still watching the Eagles hopefully win the NFC East crown on Sunday. But I'm paying attention to other things because right now my focus is playoff run, not so much, hey, can they finish with like 15 wins this year?
I got a terrible feeling, though, that we need something to happen fast. Like we need the Vikings to lose to the Seahawks would be great. But here's the only problem with that. If the Vikings lose to the Seahawks, they're going to be 12-3. They're probably not going to win their division. So the last game of the year is not going to mean anything to them when they play the Lions. So do you sort of root for them to beat the Seahawks in order to make sure that they feel like they're still alive for the division title against the Lions in that last game? I'm very confused as to how to root for this.
I guess I understand what you're thinking.
If the Vikings lose to the Seahawks, they're not winning their division.
Right.
So to me, then they don't play hard against the Lions last week. So the Lions have at the Bears, at the 49ers. The number 1 seed could be locked up for them.
And then if that's the case, then you don't play Week 18. The Eagles don't.
Okay,
the starters
but then
don't.
I still get the 3-game scenario, and I want the 2. I want the 2-game scenario to go to New Orleans, not the 3.
I know, but my thing, bottom line, because whether it's 1 seed or 2 seed, I want to have a week off. Whether it's Week 18 or if you win the 1 seed, obviously you have the first round bye.
Gotcha.
I just want 1 week off for these Eagles starters. So to your point, I would rather find out sooner. Like I would rather know in the next week or two, hey.
Then you're rooting for the Vikings to lose to the Seahawks, but then you're also, if you root for the Vikings to lose to the Seahawks.
Then I'm rooting for the Lions to win.
You're also rooting for the 2 seed. You're pretty much accepting.
I'm rooting for a week off, whether it's 1 seed or 2 seed. I'm sorry that it may sound like a cop-out answer, but I'm rooting for a week off.
I don't think it's a cop-out, but I think it's extremely complicated.
Oh, absolutely.
Like it's extremely complicated to me because I want to go balls to the wall to have the Eagles get the 1 seed.
You don't think it's a possibility that both of them trip up before Week 18?
Okay, here's the Lions. At the Bears, I don't see it.
No, I think the Lions win this weekend. I felt very comfortable that they were going to lose last weekend.
They played well on the Thanksgiving game.
Yeah.
Do the 49ers get up to try to ruin the Lions season, or do they just fold?
If the
That's 2 weeks
here,
from now.
how
If the
about this?
49ers lose this
Do you think-
weekend,
okay, do you think the 49ers are losing to the Dolphins?
they could.
They could. Yeah.
If they lose at the Dolphins this weekend, they're eliminated.
Yeah, and then that team is already.
They're already injured. They're eliminated.
Well,
so
and mentally that team.
yeah, they're
like,
down to their fourth
so
running back now.
Debo Samuel's talking about how he's not the problem and he's dropping wide open passes.
Guys quitting on their team.
this is
guys
another
are
thing.
quitting. Yeah.
I think in my mind, you need to be saying, go 49ers, go Vikings.
And maybe they do band together after the player Devondre Campbell quits in the middle of the game last week. Who knows?
Maybe they beat. Look, and I don't think the Dolphins are any team that can't be beaten.
No, absolutely
But it's
not.
at the Dolphins. 49ers got to win that game. Is that a 1 o'clock or is that a 4 o'clock? It's probably a 4. They make that one
check
later?
that for you momentarily.
Vikings?
What happened to the chart?
But no, I don't have times on my chart.
See?
Because
you know
they
what does have?
change.
You know what does have times?
Yeah, and you know what?
Google.
Yeah, and you got to putz around and hit
I
like
already
5
found it.
keys.
Dolphins are 425.
See, that's 425. So early,
That took me 5 seconds.
early Vikings Seahawks is a late one. Dolphins 49ers is a late one. I honestly think that we need the Bears. We would hope the Bears win. You're not getting that. I
don't think it's happening.
I don't think we're getting that.
Unless the Lions have the fragility that the Eagles had last year, but I don't think that's the case.
How about this? Monday morning. Seriously. I'd dance on the front lawn in the underwear. If the Lions lose to the Bears, the Vikings lose to the Seahawks.
Coward go all the
And
way.
the Eagles win. All you got to do is beat the Cowboys and Giants to win the top seed.
That's more than just underwear worthy, dude.
That's freaking awesome.
That's full frontal at that point.
You can't do that.
Going straight in.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that could maybe. I think there's an HOA rule about that.
I doubt it's in there.
No, you don't understand our HOA.
Gunnar, what do we have on the text line
I'm
about
sure there is.
today's topic?
Yeah, we got Logan in Wallingford checking in. He says, B-Gun, cue the music. Wake me up midway through January.
Wow, good call.
If the Eagles play their best football, there's not a team that should beat them until at least the NFC Championship. Never want to overlook a divisional opponent, but come on, we are the best team in football.
Wake me up when January ends.
That's very good. Yeah. That's about
Don't
it.
want to be an American idiot. Da-na-na-na.
It's just
I tell you one random story about them. They blew back up recently. Like Green Day's they're one of the most
Green
successful.
Day is absolutely with the 20-something crowd is absolutely blown up.
They're one of the most successful rock bands of all time, right? I was at Temple when they barely sold out a show at the Liacouras Center.
Wow.
That holds how many people? The Liacouras Center?
Yeah, 10 maybe.
10? Yeah.
And they barely sold out the Liacouras Center. So then a couple years later, when I saw them like performing at a football stadium that was sold out, I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Where did this come from?
What happened?
Yeah, I saw
Because-
them in the summer, dude. They killed it at Citizens Bank.
That's right. They were at Citizens Bank Park. And I remember going, what happened? Because I just remember when I was in college back in my day, and that was they were huge in the 90s.
And what's great is when you can do the same song over and over again, it's like and still make money. That's great too.
But yes, wake him up when January comes.
All right, I get you.
All right, I like that. All right, and the other thing that we opened up, the quarterbacks in the NFC. Is there anybody that you're like, all right, I'm a little scared of this guy?
Do that hierarchy for me. Just you and Gunnar right now. Do that hierarchy of the quarterbacks you could face in the postseason in the NFC.
And we will.
Who would you say scares you the most?
All right, hold on.
Like,
are we
your most
including like
Who?
Kyler? The Cardinals are 7-7.
No, Kyler Murray could be in. Sure,
All
they
right.
could be in.
So we'll start with the Cardinals will be dead last because the
Cardinals-
Niners are 6-8.
Yeah, the Cardinals are, by the way, right now the 10 seed. So they need some help.
I would say Kyler Murray scares me more than I don't want to say he scares me more than the Lions per se, but Kyler Murray scares me more than a Jared Goff.
We're talking
on paper.
quarterback specifically,
Does
right?
he scare you more than Geno Smith?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does he scare you more than Matthew Stafford?
No.
Okay. Matthew Stafford would be the one who would scare you the most in the NFC.
Jordan Love.
think
In the
so,
NFC West. In the NFC West.
NFC West, yes.
Okay. So what we're looking for is the Rams not to win the NFC West. We want the Cardinals to win it or we want the Seahawks to win it. One of them. Because we don't trust their quarterbacks don't scare us as much. Baker Mayfield or Michael Penix?
Mayfield.
Baker, yeah.
Baker all day long. Jared Goff or Sam Darnold?
It's crazy because Sam Darnold's
I can't believe you're contemplating this.
Sam Darnold's he could get MVP votes.
No.
He could?
No.
Sam Darnold can get MVP votes
Well,
this year.
I mean, could, I guess. If someone votes Sam Darnold for
dude, he's
MVP,
going to throw for 4,000 yards.
I understand.
And he's got 29 touchdowns to 11 picks.
Game-winning drive? Like, I may be more scared of a Sam Darnold in that situation, but to beat you in a full game, Jared Goff, I would have to say.
Jared Goff's a better quarterback than Sam Darnold.
He is, of course, especially his entire career.
So why
but
wouldn't
I'm
you be
talking
more
about
scared of him?
Right now, he's got
Are you more scared of Justin Jefferson or are you more scared of Sam Darnold?
Justin Jefferson.
Okay. So maybe that's what you're saying.
Yeah, but I am trying to do quarterback. I will
Okay.
say Stafford is at the top of my list. If we're talking the power ranking of fear, and
In the
again,
NFC.
I'm not afraid of anybody. I've made that point clear. But if you were to say, all right, who gives you the heebie-jeebies the most, I would put Stafford at 1.
I might go Jordan Love at 1 over Stafford.
Jaden Daniels would most likely be your first-round matchup
Right.
if you're the 2 seed.
I have Daniels high, but dude, I might put Mayfield still ahead because here's the
rookie
deal.
on the road,
I took
first
Baker
playoff
Mayfield
game.
ahead. Yeah.
I think I might have Mayfield second, and here's the reason why. Now, do I think Baker Mayfield's some superstar? No, but they won a lot of games without both Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
Mike Missanelli yesterday, and he's got a lot to say.
He's got a lot to say.
I usually listen to Mike and say, okay, that is based in logic. And I think he's a very logical man. I thought he was ridiculous yesterday with the dismissal of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
If you play the Bucs, you should beat them. I'm kind of with Mike on that one.
But you should beat them. You should beat, honestly, Gunnar, right now, they should beat everybody in the NFC.
If you lose to the
should.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'm not going to sit here feeling good about it because maybe they always give us trouble. I'm going to be
you'd be
PO'd
pissed.
about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
More so than maybe any other team we have the possibility of facing in the NFC. You can't lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
No, I'm not saying that they should. The Eagles are probably going to be favored against every team they would play in the playoffs, except if they have to play at Detroit. And that one may end up being like a 2-point game. But I'm telling you right now, the Tampa Bay Bucs, people are dismissing it like, oh, yeah, it's no big deal.
You lose to any team besides any team from the NFC North, it's a colossal failure.
Jaylen Hurts versus Tampa. Let me give it to you here. Jaylen Hurts versus Tampa in the regular season. He has a passer rating of 71, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions against the Buccaneers in his career.
Yeah, hasn't been good.
Has not been good.
Now, the last game in the regular season was hard without Lane and AJ and Devontae Smith. But then again, I did say, if you guys remember,
Baker Mayfield's
way
won
back when
Baker Mayfield has won a ton of games
I was
against.
about to say, leading into week 4, I remember doing a whole show on it. I am asking Jaylen Hurts to have one win where he doesn't have all his weapons, and it was one of his worst games of the season. Now, that I do not take away from Jalen's success because he has weapons. I never do that. Somebody's got to throw the football, and he does it well when necessary. But I've seen quarterbacks win football games with nobody, and they were horrible in that game.
I mean,
Is
seriously,
that this team, though? Like, that was not this team
No,
at
it's
all.
not.
Obviously, for the guys that were out, but that's not who this team is now
Right.
as a organization. They've completely changed their philosophy since that game. They've completely gotten much, much tougher. They've gone through much more adversity after that game. If you lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at
it'd be
home,
horrible.
That's
it's like that
terrible.
could never. Oh, wait a minute.
No, it could
that's
happen,
happened.
but it would be horrible. All right, I put
I mean, it
together
would be horrible.
my order. Stafford, number 1. I put Mayfield ahead of Goff. So Mayfield 2, Goff 3. Jordan Daniels 4, Sam Darnold 5.
Jaden, yeah.
What did I say?
Jordan.
Jordan, sorry.
You gave him a Jordan.
Jaden Daniels 4, Sam Darnold 5, Jordan Love 6, Kyler Murray 7, Geno Smith 8, and I put Penix 9 just because. What is Michael Penix going to go on a Nick Foles run with 0 NFL experience?
You lost to the Falcons. Like, it's the same argument.
Do you not consider that a self-inflicted wound?
Yes, totally self-inflicted.
I mean,
Well, looking back on that game, what's more crazy, the drop or the fact that the defense led them or let them go down the field with less than 2 minutes to go with 90 yards? Like, at the time, we thought the defense was trash and awful.
Yeah,
and
that was a
gonna be
different
status
defense.
quo.
DeJean wasn't playing yet. That was a totally different defense. The bye
We
week
keep-
was the best thing for this football team.
we keep telling ourselves, though, we keep discounting everything about Tampa. Yeah, that didn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter what we've seen. You know what I've seen here? I've seen the Eagles in 5 games. Jaylen Hurts has played 5 games against Todd Bowles. a Todd Bowles defense. 5. So we're not just talking about this year's game when everybody wants to use the injury excuses. And by the way, we're using them as excuses because the Eagles should have played. The Eagles played like crap that day, and they should have played much better. How many points have they scored against Todd Bowles' defense in 5 career games with Jaylen Hurts as a starter? 87. 87 points in 5 games.
So average is about 16?
17.
17? Yeah.
17 points. Let me tell you, folks, 17 points is not going to win you anything, or you're going to be in a dogfight to the end with this team.
Well, that could be a possibility.
Do you think they would score just 17 points against Tampa right now? They battle up. They're scoring more than that.
I don't. I think they'd be better.
The confidence that people speak of. We have 5 games of data with Hurts
what I'm saying
against Todd Bowles.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's like
if they score 17 or less points, it would floor
me.
Heads would roll.
No, it would floor me.
Yeah, that can't happen.
But
at that point, Sirianni's not coming back.
But 5 games against Todd Bowles going up against Hurts. He's made Hurts look extraordinary.
Yeah.
I mean, and not the good way.
Right.
He has made him look extraordinary.
By the way, I think Sirianni's coming back regardless.
Sirianni's coming back.
You can't.
If they got trashed like they did last year against Tampa,
if they finish 14
here's my guess. Is once the seeding is clinched, I think we're going to hear about a Nick Sirianni extension before the playoffs.
He'll say, "Let's wait till after the play." I believe
he may. He
will
may
do that.
He may.
All right, your favorite.
He's feeling good.
Your favorite segment ever was.
Yeah, let me hear this.
The quarterback power rankings. So last week, I found this. I hadn't seen this all season long. Jaylen Hurts, or NFL.com, has the team of people putting together the power rankings for the teams, as we know, right? They also do it for the quarterbacks. And last week, we were amazed by this. Jaylen Hurts came in at number 18. Now, last week, he had the big throwing performance against the Pittsburgh Steelers. You think he climbed up, yes or no?
Yeah, he has to have climbed up.
Brendan, do you think he climbed up, yes or no?
he had to have.
All right, you both are correct. Where do you think he climbed up to from number 18? All the doubters.
He was 18 last week.
Yep, all the doubters. You can't throw. They haven't thrown, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, well, these dopes who had him at 18 probably moved him to 12.
ESPN's computers, their data is all
Is it
weird.
computers?
NFL.com.
This is NFL.com.
NFL.com.
Least bias of all the power rankings.
All right, we'll go top 10, 9.
He is not top 10. He's not even at 12. They moved him up to 14.
Okay, that's so stupid. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Tell me again the quarterbacks who are ahead of him. Give me everyone. Now go 13, 12. Start giving me the quarterbacks that are ahead of him.
13, the man he just beat.
That's
Mr.
so
Duck.
freaking.
Mr. Duck.
So freaking stupid. Russell Wilson. Quack, quack. Okay, give me another one.
Brock Purdy.
Jesus, so will you stop it?
He had one of the worst games of his career.
We have to stop. We have to stop. Guess what? I do not want to even hear this list ever
Well,
again.
you don't want to hear that Geno's at 11?
Oh, my God.
Still?
This is the dumbest thing ever. Okay, there's 3 right there.
We got the best show ever coming away your way at 2. This is the dumbest segment.
This is unbelievable. Go on.
Stafford's at 10. He dropped 4 spots.
Okay, if someone told me Stafford with what he's done this year, with what the weapons he's got, I'm not going to bitch and complain. Go on.
Darnold at 9. Mahomes at 8.
Okay.
Love at 7.
No. For God's sake, these are people who wanted to be right about Jordan Love before the year,
right.
and they've seen him 0-4 in the biggest games of the year. He's 0-4. Stop it. Jaylen Hurts does not lose enough of those games. He wins them.
Here's what's funny, right?
My gosh,
I'm going
that's
to
so
read the
stupid.
Hurts blurb and then a sentence from the Love one because it shows how different these things are.
Okay, let me hear this.
After spending the week answering questions about his relationship with A.J. Brown, Hurts responded by throwing 290 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Steelers. He fired a laser to Brown for Philadelphia's first touchdown and tacked on another via 2-yard pass to Devontae Smith. Hurts stepped up to the challenge on a day in which Pittsburgh did a solid job of containing Saquon Barkley, mixing in a few runs to keep the offense going.
All right, give me a few names. Real quick. Names.
You want the names?
Other ones.
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels isn't better than him. Stop it.
Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen.
5. Take 5 off. Take 5 off that list. So where was he?
He was at 14. So you put him at 9.
So he'd be
We
at 9.
had him around 8 before the season started.
Okay, I could argue, and I would argue that he's probably better than Stafford.
But here's the funny thing. So I read that Hurts blurb. It was like nice, right?
Yeah.
Here's the one about Jordan Love. Just one of the sentences. Love handled the range of challenges with uniform excellence, even adding in a gorgeous sideline pass to Christian Watson to keep the offense moving. His best throw of the night came in the fourth quarter when he dropped, surveyed, and threw a perfect ball to the right of the nearest defender, where only Romeo Doubs could snag it. You hear the differences in how they write about these quarterbacks?
Totally.
Much easier to prove somebody right than to prove them wrong.
You're absolutely right, Gunner. All right, coming up next, the Eagles still fight for the 1 seed in the NFC. Just how big is home field advantage in the playoffs? Saquon Barkley had some interesting things to say because if you remember,
he has a lot to say.
He hasn't had many opportunities to play on the home field for his team, like none. It's Kincade and Salciunas. You'll hear from Saquon Barkley next, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The NFC East is up for grabs. I'm Brandon Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Discover. Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report. Yes, the Eagles are heading down to Washington this weekend to take on the Commanders. The Birds can wrap up the NFC East with a win this Sunday, and they can extend their franchise record winning streak to 11 in a row. It's going to be tough against a divisional opponent, but Jaylen Hurts spoke earlier this week about how to neutralize a familiar foe.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same this for years and years and games and games. You know, I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple, trying to avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight against the Charlotte Hornets at home. And after fracturing his sinus last Friday, Joel Embiid has practiced the last 2 days, and he's being reevaluated today. He's questionable for tonight's game, but is progressing better than expected per reports. The Flyers fell last night to the Los Angeles Kings by a score of 7-3. And the Phillies signed outfielder Max Kepler, a 10-year vet who played all his years in Minnesota. Phil signed him to a 1-year deal. This update was also brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services. Locally family owned and operated for 150 years, Moyer's been keeping lawns green and lush and homes pest-free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Can you feel it?
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. We had a little bit of history last night in the Thursday night game between the Broncos and Chargers. Great game, by the way. I obviously didn't make it up. I was asleep, but a 34-27 win for the Chargers. So they win by a touchdown. They come back. They outscore the Broncos 15-3 in the fourth quarter. But the big moment, the turning point, some are saying, Johnny, was what happened at the end of the first half. You guys see what Dicker the kicker did?
I did see that, and this rule not used.
So our man Dicker the kicker, who was a former NFC Special Teams Player of the Week award winner with the Philadelphia Eagles, did they make a mistake letting him walk 6-1-0? He did the fair catch free kick that ends the half. So in case you guys don't know the rule,
so it's got to be no time on the clock.
There has
right?
to be no time.
The last play of the.
It's a very strange rule. Last play of the half. I'm guessing of the half, unless
no, it has
I doubt.
Well,
yeah, it's not even the game,
it was
right?
No, I guess it could be at the game too.
Maybe.
No, it would be at the game too.
All right.
Sure.
So last play of a half.
Right.
0 seconds are on the clock. It happens when the opposing team punts, and you call a fair catch right away. And instead of running any plays, you have to kick it. Now, if you miss it, then the other team will get the ball. But if there's 0 seconds left on the clock, it doesn't matter. The game's over or the game's going to halftime.
Okay.
So in this case, the Broncos were in their own territory, deep in their own territory. So the punt only got to the 48-yard line. So it was a 57-yard field goal. Free kick. They don't line up.
No, they don't line up.
It's not like a typical field goal. It almost looks like the new kickoff.
Have you ever seen this, Gunner?
I've heard the joke always made, like, oh, they should do the free kick, but I've never seen it actually executed.
It looks like the new kickoff rule, where they're not lining up right next to each other anymore.
Right, exactly.
And it hadn't happened successfully since 1976.
Okay, that's crazy.
At the time, the Chargers were down 21-10. The field goal makes it 21-13, a one-score game going into halftime, and the Chargers end up winning by a touchdown.
I think it's awesome. I think that's
smart coaching.
And you know what is that's one thing about Harbaugh.
Like Brandon Staley would not have done that.
Harbaugh
that guy was a dope.
Harbaugh knows that there's a rule there.
Yeah.
Harbaugh's smart enough to figure that out.
So nice win for the Chargers last night, who are trying to find their way into the playoffs. Okay, speaking of the playoffs. So Saquon Barkley was speaking to members of the media yesterday. And it was fascinating to hear from his point of view. So we always talk about, you make this joke every once in a while, but it's not a joke. It's real. Of sometimes you hear things on sports talk radio and it's not actually being said inside locker rooms.
Yes.
That happens all the time. So we always talk about the importance of home field advantage. Now, that's real. There's data to back it up.
No, there is.
And it's not rocket science. Like, you want your crowd cheering for you, and you don't want to try to be calling offensive plays with silent counts, right?
Yes.
So Saquon was asked about potentially having home field advantage, and obviously they will have at least one home game, I imagine more, because I don't think they're going to fall off. They're going to win the NFC East.
They're going to win the NFC East.
So they're going to have more than one home playoff game as long as they win the first round. So Saquon was asked about it because Saquon has never had that experience. He only made the playoffs once in his career with the Giants, and if you remember, it was the year the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. They had to go to Minnesota They beat the Vikings. Then they had to come
they
here.
won that game.
So he's never experienced home field advantage. So here is Saquon Barkley talking about how hard it is going into opposing territory on the road.
It's big. I've only been to the playoffs once, and I had to travel twice. We had to go to Minnesota, and it was loud and hectic there, and then we had to come here, and it was loud and hectic here. So there's a reason why, it's not a myth about home field advantage, and it's not a myth about, the energy and the vibe that you have playing home. So you definitely want to secure that.
So he knows it. He knows how hard it's got to be to play on the road in a hostile environment like Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Like Philadelphia, which is where he just said it. I had to come here. Teams will have to come here. And Saquon will be the running back, which is also an added bonus.
I just got to think that Saquon is going to be one of those guys that he's so in control.
Oh, my God.
He really
yeah.
is. But I got to think that he's thinking, wow, this is why I came here. This
And how
is why I
juiced
signed
will he
here.
be for that first home playoff
Oh, my
game?
gosh.
Oh, my God,
He may bust one for 80 yards. I mean,
Maybe 2.
I see it, though. Like, I see it in my head. A Saquon Barkley
Tone setter.
50-plus yard touchdown run in the first home playoff game that he has just shot out of a freaking cannon. And I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it right now. I promise you.
Johnny Visions. That's
Something's
one of
happening.
your latest nicknames.
Johnny Visions.
Now you're Johnny Visions, man.
That'd be nice.
All right, one other bit of audio that I want to play for you.
What's that?
Now, this one makes me laugh
Okay.
because I call baloney.
You cry baloney.
Yes.
Okay, tell
By
me.
the way, Cooper knows the Oscar Mayer song.
He does? How does he know that?
My dad sings it all the time.
My baloney has a first name. It's
OSCAR, yeah.
My baloney has a second name.
And I have the box of Hot Wheels from when I was a kid that are still at my parents' house, and he plays with them every time he goes there. And I had an Oscar Mayer Hot Wheel.
Okay.
And so now Cooper knows how to spell Oscar Mayer because of the song.
He loves to eat it every day, and if you ask him why, he'll say, because Oscar Mayer has a way with B-O-L-O-G-N-A.
See, he didn't
And they
know
brought
that.
it back. You don't know that one?
That guy across the hall doesn't know that.
That's
I
terrible.
don't know that.
Oh, come on,
I don't
man.
know
That's
that one.
terrible.
That's the Oscar Mayer Wiener song, man.
That is the wiener.
Jordan Mailata yesterday was asked about how this game could be big in terms of success. You win this
Okay.
game, you win the NFC East, right? You get the hat, you get the
Yes.
T-shirt. Everybody runs to the rally house. It's your city, it's your house.
By the way, new one on Temple's campus.
is there really?
Brand new opening.
And an
up.
Iron Hill coming that way.
I
And Iron
heard
Hill,
about
too.
that. Yeah, that's
The
awesome.
Iron Hill, too. So
So here's Jordan Mailata when he was asked about it. Take a listen.
No, it's not the focus. I mean, per our conversation off camera, we just haven't. That hasn't been the focus. And quite honestly, I didn't know that we had the chance to do that till you brought it up. Because it's not the. As boring as it sounds, we're just playing our next game and we're just preparing for our next game. And this is a really tough opponent because it's a division game, and so they're a really good team. So right now we're just focusing on that. They're going to give everything they have, and we're going to give everything that we got.
I'm
was
totally,
he on the treadmill?
Nah, they must have just got off the practice field.
Could have been.
I totally understand why he's saying that's not the focus, but miss me with the. Oh, I didn't even know that could happen tomorrow.
Stop it.
Or Sunday. Get the hell out of here, you liar.
Stop.
Oh, don't lie to me that
Total
you had no
lie.
idea you could win the division. What? Will the clock hit 0 and the Eagles win in Landover and then somebody hands him the division winner hat and he goes, what's this? Like, get the hell out of here.
Which I do not
Liar.
like, by the way.
Come on. It's a tip of the cap.
No, I mean, I do not personally. I do not ever do that until, I will not buy the division champion.
Oh, well, no. You don't have to buy it.
I
I'm
would
saying,
never wear that. No.
I won't, exactly.
No, but I'm cool with
some
them being
people run
handed.
right out to get it. I do not want that because I want the NFC champion hat
Right.
or the Super Bowl champion hat. I don't want to buy the division title hat.
No,
back here.
if somebody
I don't
gave
want
it
to
to
buy
me,
the
I'd wear
division
it.
T-shirt either.
No.
Like the division championship
No, but
T-shirt.
it is something to say. I mean, there hasn't been a repeat winner in the division for 20-something years. 21, 20.
It is.
19.
Yeah.
19
okay,
years,
coming up
Gunner.
on 20.
We're about to be on 20. Maybe the
So,
Eagles will break it before
yeah, it's
20
not
years.
easy to win the NFC East,
No, for
but
the
yeah,
players,
I'm not
it's cool.
wearing that.
No, for the players, it's totally cool. You're right. I would not do that.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan. And though you should get into your local rally house and buy other stuff.
Damn right. What's your thought on the Super Bowl, but before they play?
No.
My dad got me, and extremely comfortable. The 2022 World Series T-shirt, long sleeve.
Okay, now the thing is, your team, to me, wearing Super Bowl gear from 2022 is just fine.
No, I'm talking about the World Series, but they lost.
No, but I mean, same thing as World Series. You lost. But it's fine with me. There's no problem with wearing that.
Once the pain goes away, you can wear that. It's
also, you won a championship. You won a championship. You won the NFC championship.
Okay. Yeah.
So to me, you won the National League championship.
Right.
I'm cool with that. Don't get me an NLCS 2023 NLCS.
And then you lose that one.
And then you lose.
No.
That's fine. My buddy bought a Hassan Reddick Super Bowl patch jersey, and now they lost the game, and that guy's not here anymore.
Now, this one sucks, and John, you know it as well as I do. The most comfortable sweatshirt that I own.
Yes.
The most comfortable. Like, there is no debating in my closet going on right now. The Red October sweatshirt that they made this year.
Oh my gosh, it's like
that looked awesome.
Dude,
it's like butter.
It's like a pillow on your skin.
Yeah, I swear to you, I won't give it away.
But where do I wear it?
No,
not only did you have a disappointing exit, you lost to your biggest rival.
Wear it to go get breakfast in the morning.
No, I don't want to wear it out. The only time I wear
it, cutting grass.
If I wear like a jersey,
if
I wear a jersey over top so it hides it.
Make it a Bill Belichick cut-off sleeve
you don't wear a hoodie cutting grass, do you? A heavy sweater?
Not during the summer.
When you're doing housework.
What are you, a dope?
All right, coming up next, we check your text messages. Our man Andrew DeCecco's here ready to go. He joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour.
He's got a lot to say.
Does. And I just read an interesting article this morning, John. Bill Barnwell of ESPN picked the worst move made by each NFL team over the last 5 years and then ranked them. I'll tell you who he picked for the Eagles. I'm curious if you guys can guess it or if you agree with what he picked. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
This football team keeps...
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On a football Friday, which means Andrew DeCecco will be joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour.
He's ready, too. He's going to be fired up.
See, now, I think John planned this out really well.
What do you mean?
So, we love having Andrew in for the entire 8 o'clock hour, but I think you knew that you were going to be taking off next week, that you wanted this Friday to be the easiest Friday of your life.
Well, that could be, too.
You know.
Selfish
I've been dragging him along all show long. He's barely done a damn thing today.
Selfish bastard is on my is on the resume.
All right, so Bill Barnwell. This is an interesting article that he did this morning.
I like Bill.
Yeah.
Did he? Is this going to piss me off?
All the facts there this time, like the Eagles playing at the correct stadium.
Yeah,
and
like,
the correct
like Bill
opponents.
Barnwell's got a little.
He gets a little sloppy at times.
Yeah, and it's always against the Eagles.
Sometimes.
Always.
Yes.
And again, we'll talk to Kevin Nagandi at 9 today, the ESPN computer. I got to ask him about it.
Oh, wow.
So he ranked the worst mistake made by every team since 2020. So I'm curious, and then so he picked one specific mistake, and then he ranked them for all the 32 teams. So I'm curious, what do you believe? I know it because I read it. John, what do you believe he has as the worst mistake the Eagles have made since 2020?
Since 2020. I honestly, I have no clue.
Gunnar, do you have a guess?
I would guess they've corrected this and signed traded for A.J. Brown, drafted Devontae Smith, but I would say passing on Justin Jefferson.
Was that the 20?
That was 2020 draft.
Or was that 2019?
That was the COVID draft.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the
COVID
No,
draft.
it wasn't. That was CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I think it was 2019.
Okay, so it's not. Okay, I'll say.
Not signing Hassan Reddick. Or bringing him back.
No.
You have a guess?
Can't be that. No, you have a
guess. Do you have a guess? Andrew's already in here. Do you have a guess?
Speak on a microphone if you have a guess.
He doesn't have a guess. He put the James Bradbury contract extension as the biggest mistake made by the Eagles. Now, first of all,
if they listened to me, they would have known not to do it, as I warned them over and over again on an open mic. My gosh.
Now, this doesn't... It's
stupid.
The thing is, it's amazing because when you think about everything they've done since this mistake...
It's been amazing.
It's been amazing. So this has not killed them, which is a testament to the Eagles organization. So he writes, signing James Bradbury to a 3-year, $38 million contract. But that one comes in at just number 26. So, it's still bottom 5.
I'm shocked.
For context, let's see who the number one
incredible.
is. The number one mistake.
The Daniel Jones contract extension better be... It's not the Giants?
The Giants come in not even in the top 10.
What did the Giants get?
The 49ers giving up all that capital for Trey Lance has to be up there.
Gotta be
my
up
man.
There. So that's one of the dumbest things that has been done.
Oh, you know what? Giants 21, it was not Daniel Jones.
It was...
And I agree with Barnwell.
What?
Kenny Golladay getting a 4-year, $72 million contract
that's
not play. He's... Did he play more
Is
than
he even in the
season?
league anymore?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, that's
dude.
a bad one.
That guy was
he didn't even last that contract
signing.
in the NFL. Period.
I just am again, and you and I similar habit with it. The idea of I believe in best practices.
Yeah,
and I believe that the greatest organizations in business of any kind of business look at what great businesses do and say, let's make that ours. And if we have to tweak it a little bit, we're still going to make it ours. Going with the oldest cornerback combo in the NFL, didn't make sense, and it was more sentimental than anything.
Right. But
We're not going to we came close to winning the Super Bowl.
Again, it's a testament still, though, to the Eagles of how they've recovered from there and the fact that that's their worst. So here are your top 5. Number 5 was the Panthers trading DJ Moore and multiple first-round picks of the Bears to get Bryce Young, who he's back to playing, but they benched him at one point this season.
I still think I'm fine on Bryce Young.
Number 4 was your guess, Gunner, the Trey Lance, trading up for Trey Lance.
Terrible.
Number 3, he had the Jets trading for Aaron Rodgers. Number 2, the Broncos trading for and then extending Russell Wilson. And number 1 should be easy. It's another quarterback.
What division?
The Eagles played him earlier this year.
Derek Carr?
No, Deshaun Watson.
Oh, God, yeah.
Well, wait a minute. No, that's not the dumbest decision.
Yeah, the guaranteed money.
And everything they traded for a guy
who knew that. Who knew that?
What's a hindsight article?
Well, yeah, the article. This isn't like in real time,
Okay,
but then again, all that stuff was out before the trade.
No, it was. I mean, he's a creep.
Right, but
all that stuff
it's
was
not like
out.
they traded for him and then it came out and then his career took a turn for a worse. Like, no, they made that trade knowing everything that happened. He doesn't play, and then he comes back and he's abysmal. But, yeah, it is a hindsight article.
Okay, as long as that's the case, sure.
But, yeah, that's the number one mistake.
Because I never in a million years would have expected that this would have happened to him.
The Eagles avoided 2 of those because the 2 guys didn't want to come here. Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson.
Yeah, you're right.
Both didn't want to come here.
You're right. And they did, again, for all the people that...
He said he saw the massage parlors and just didn't. He wasn't into it.
Not right.
He just wasn't into it.
For all the people that still say the Eagles always love Jaylen Hurts, it's not true. The 2022 season, the 22 season changed everything for the better.
No, it did. They were going to go. If Russell Wilson had batted his eyes at them, they would have laid everything on the table for Russell Wilson.
Yeah. By the way, the Colts came in at number 19, trading for Carson Wentz.
Wow. That was a break.
This is an interesting article. 16 was the Dolphins, and has nothing to do with any of their players that were on the field. It
was giving that guy a contract extension?
Nope. Tampering with Tom Brady and Sean Payton.
Yeah, that was done.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah, the cell phones.
Yeah.
Like, dude, this Brady fella, he's a goat. Don't get me wrong. But this guy's a little shady. And so let's not act like Sean Payton's clean as a whistle either.
No, he's not.
All right, coming up next, it's the 8 o'clock hour, which means on a Football Friday, Andrew DeCecco will join us to talk Eagles Commanders and all of our Eagles topics today. And we have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn at 8:05. And if you have any questions for football guy Andrew, I'll answer them.
The other guy's the football guy, Andrew.
You can text them in. Just make sure when you send your text, say, question for Andrew DeCecco. Yes, or you can do FGA.
Football guy Andrew.
And Andrew will answer them for you.
Plenty to say about sports in Philly.
I hate all of you. You can text in at 610-632-0975. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Heading down to D.C. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Popeyes. It's football season in Philly, so you got to have some grub. Popeyes has just the John for any fan of the birds. We're talking wings, baby, so fly to Popeyes Fly and fill up on wings in 7 delicious flavors. Yes, the Eagles are heading down to Washington to take on the Commanders this Sunday. The Birds can wrap up the NFC East with the win, and they can even extend their franchise record-setting win streak to 11 in a row. It's going to be a tough game against a divisional opponent, but Jaylen Hurts spoke earlier this week about how they can neutralize a familiar foe.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same this for years and years and games and games. You know, I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple, trying to avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight at home against the Charlotte Hornets. And after fracturing his sinus last Friday, Joel Embiid has practiced the last 2 days. He's being reevaluated today. He's questionable for tonight's game, but he is actually progressing better than expected per reports. We'll have complete coverage for that game right here on The Fanatic tonight. The Flyers fell last night to the Los Angeles Kings by a score of 7-3. And look, the Phillies made a move. They signed a 10-year vet, outfielder Max Kepler, from the Minnesota Twins. It was a 1-year deal. We'll see how that pans out. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Batalico.
This defense is the best defense in the league.
Monday. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Hope you have a safe drive into work today.
Going to see some snow today.
We are. We already are seeing it in South Bend, Indiana, as there is a college football playoff game tonight.
In South Bend against, oh, wait a minute, a college football playoff and Indiana's in it.
You
so
love it.
I will not
You
curse.
love it.
It's so freaking stupid that it just, my mind is.
I have never rooted harder for an underdog in any. Well, first off, I would root for SMU for any reason because screw Penn State.
I'm with you there.
What's up, Andrew? Good morning.
What's
How
up,
are
Andrew
we today?
DeCecco?
I couldn't hold back on that one.
Yeah, like, come screw Penn State. Oh, but they're the local team. Yeah, 6 hours away.
Yeah, but you know what, though?
Here.
People use the same logic with, well, you got to root for Villanova.
Nope.
No, I'm a Temple guy. I do not have to root
I don't
for
have to root
Villanova.
for anybody.
Don't say that around begun.
And I'm not rooting for another.
exactly.
I'm not rooting for another Big Five team. Under any circumstances. Am I rooting for? Don't you want to see another Big Five team do great? No. I'd actually like to see them crash and burn because that's what a rivalry is.
Well, I've
never seen anything like it.
If it was like St. Joe's versus Duke.
No.
You're rooting for St. Joe's
I don't want to
versus
see another.
Joe's.
No.
Dude, if it's St. Joe's versus Duke in
No.
the NCAA championship,
You're out of your
I'm rooting
mind.
for St. Joe's.
You're out of your
I'm rooting
mind.
for Duke.
No.
You're not rooting for Fran?
Can't do that. Stop it.
I might root for LaSalle, just not St. Joe's.
You're not doing. Oh my gosh.
All right.
It's crazy.
Andrew, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everything?
We're doing great. So I'm going to put you to the test. I am absolving myself from this today. I am not getting the Wawa run. We have our final $50 Wawa gift card to give away. So what we've been doing all week long, we've been each giving a item from Wawa that we have placed in the order. And at the end of the hour where we do this, we did it in the 9 o'clock hour. We've done it in the 7 o'clock hour. We did it early 6 into 7 o'clock hour. Today, we're doing it throughout the entire 8 o'clock hour. We always use you, Andrew, for these things.
Yeah, we use them.
Yeah, we do. Everybody will give an order. It'll be Andrew DeCecco, not me. Andrew DeCecco, John Kincade, Brendan Gunn.
The
will give an
football
order.
guy, Andrew.
And at the end of the hour, the person that remembers all three will win a $50 Wawa gift card. So, Andrew, start things off. By the way, stop in and get a Wawa gift card, a great gift for anyone on your list, including a teacher, mail carrier, trash collector, favorite radio host, dog walker, babysitter, landscaper. Available on a rack at the register. You can get it in $10, $25, $50, or $100 increments. Happy Wawa days with Kincade and Salciunas, and also Andrew DeCecco. So, Andrew, what would be the first thing on your mind that you would get from Wawa today?
Well, I go right over to the drink section. I get an Arctic Blitz Gatorade. Has to be the Arctic Blitz Gatorade.
Wow.
And I'm a big rap guy, so I'll grab.
Well, you only can get one thing.
Come on, go one.
You only get one
item.
thing.
All right, come on.
Arctic Blitz Gatorade.
Arctic Blitz Gatorade.
That's the light blue one, right?
No, the green one.
Oh, that's the green one.
Yeah, you're probably the only person that keeps them making those. So
You're welcome, Gatorade.
We got Eagles Commanders on Sunday, and we're going to unpack this game with you as this hour continues. We always love doing it. But are you, I know this probably isn't a good question for you because you're Andrew DeCecco football guy. Is your mind starting to wander toward playoffs, or are you still focused on the here and now?
Well, I always try to be where my feet are, and I try to stay
Yep.
present, but I mean, I'm already looking towards making plans for the Super Bowl.
Wow, even he is.
I mean, I've never been in New Orleans before, so I'm already trying to, check out restaurants and look at things like that. I, as much as I like to be present and stay where my feet are, I also like to, plan ahead and make sure that I'm ready.
Dude,
for whatever.
this amazes me. I thought Andrew would be the guy that goes, nope. Keep it a week at a time.
No.
First down, get down, touch. What did Chip say? First down, touchdown, get down. I thought that was going to be your answer. I am amazed that you're
Bill
looking
Belichick.
No. He's not. On to the next one. No. He's human. He's human. You don't think he's human, but he's human.
Oh. I am surprised. All right, so we'll continue this conversation. We'll talk about this Eagles-Commanders game because it is still a good game coming up on Sunday. Eagles 3.5-point favorites, but it is 8:05. It is time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Gunner, what's up?
What's going on, everybody? So usually when people hear this,
EA Sports. It's in the game.
they think about Madden. Well, the New York Jets think about Madden and how to evaluate players. Because in the offseason, Joe Douglas, who was on the sideline this past Sunday with Howie Roseman, familiar face, tried to make a trade for Jerry Jeudy with the Broncos. And it was all but done until owner Woody Johnson told him, "You're not making the trade because his overall rating in Madden is not high enough." Joe Douglas had to call the Broncos and say, "We're not making the trade because, quote, my owner does not think his rating in Madden is high enough." Not only that with the Jets. Joe Douglas was taking orders from Woody Johnson's teenage kids, and who's probably the one feeding him the Madden information. He said, quote, in the Athletic article, "I answered to a teenager."
Oh, my God.
It sounds a bit like a...
sounds like a skit.
It sounds like a skit. It also sounds like a bit of, I believe, exaggeration. That's just my take on it. I think it's
exaggeration. How?
I think it's being amplified to an exaggerated level, and it may be a cover your ass thing. Everybody else trying to not shoulder the blame for stupid things that they did. Do I believe some of this stuff happened? Yeah. Do I believe it was amplified to the level that a teenager was making picks and everything like that? I do not.
I tend to agree with you there.
I do not.
Well, what was didn't the Giants owner or the Giants GM, Joe Shane's kid, didn't he say to draft Jaden Daniels or something? In Hard Knocks.
In Hard Knocks, he did.
The kid literally said, "Draft." Maybe some of these kids are smart.
They could be.
But that one, that's an insane story. If that is,
I would have told
a
you to
Madden
draft
rating.
Jaden
I mean, it
Daniels.
was Diana Rossini, it was Zach Rosenblatt,
and Mike Silver. Yeah,
yeah, great reporters.
Yeah,
I can't
it was a
believe it.
really good story, and I encourage everyone to check it out if you haven't read it yet. But yeah, beyond bizarre, and it really illustrates the dysfunction that's been plaguing the Jets for so many years.
I will say this: Mike Silver on the bad list after last year. Do you remember
49ers?
Yeah, dude, that was weird.
You can't do that.
If you guys don't remember, in the tunnel after the Niners won their game, the Eagles needed to lose to the Cardinals, and the Niners would have locked in the 1 seed because the Eagles still had the possibility, despite all the collapse happening.
And he was showing them the game on the.
And he was watching it with Devo. Yeah.
Guys, watch this. Watch this. I'm like, whoa, Mr. Reporter, why are you?
I thought he was a cheer.
Yeah.
I thought he was actually a cheerleader trying to get a date.
Not gonna lie, Mike Silver on the
no, that's bad.
on the not so trustworthy list these days.
Yeah, the red and gold cufflinks. Sort of hide a little
it
bit.
was weird.
He's on the unprofessional media member list.
Yeah, that was a weird time for
That's
me.
unprofessional.
Yeah,
completely.
What else?
All right, so Chunas did not read the show sheet in my head. I was going to bring up the college football playoff, but of course Chunas didn't go into my mind and read it. But I would like you to expand on your hate for Penn State. Who's kicking off the football playoff tomorrow at 12 noon in Happy Valley? It's going to be freezing cold.
Expand my hate.
Tonight.
They're the rivals with the Temple Owls, and unlike you, I don't support other schools. I don't support Notre Dame because I'm from Delco
and Irish and Catholic.
Guess what? And that's what it is.
John,
They
you
give
and
you
I
an
have had so
honorary
many
degree.
talks about Penn State and how it's like Twin Peaks.
It is. It's like Twin Peaks. It is.
It is. I mean,
I expect
enough.
it really is. It's to me. I just look. Everyone's like, look. The idea of more college football, I'm all for.
Yeah.
But when somebody tells me that the 12 teams that have a chance to win a national title include teams like Boise State having a bye, bullcrap. Arizona State having a bye, again, total BS. SMU, one of the 12 teams that has a chance, again, BS.
So you don't think there's any kind of March Madness magic that can come out of any of these one games?
No, Indiana.
man.
Indiana doesn't belong in a college football playoff.
I'm rooting for chaos. Go SMU.
I know, me too.
SMU and Indiana do not belong amongst the 12 best teams should play for the college football
I need one of
playoff.
those two teams to win. Like, I need oxygen.
And by the way,
just so I can text John on his day off and be like, Johnny.
I'll say something about Penn State nice. Penn State should not be playing this weekend. When there's no way Boise freaking State and Arizona State get buys.
And when you say expand on your hate for Penn State, I recognize that they are the far superior football program than Temple. It's just funny. Like, I'm not, just because I'm from this area, I'm going to support Penn State when they're a rival of the school that I went to.
Did you see the prices of the hotels in that area?
It's ridiculous.
It's like $1,700.
When I drove, and it's like that for a lot of those schools. I went to Temple Notre Dame years ago. My buddy Jimmy and I drove out there. We didn't have a hotel booked, so we drove to campus.
Did you literally sleep in your car?
No, we drove to campus, and then we kept getting off of exits, leaving the campus, and trying to find hotels that haven't been booked yet and that weren't like $1,000. So we found this like random motel.
How far out?
Like 20 minutes away. It wasn't.
Oh, well,
it
that
really
wasn't
wasn't.
bad then.
Really wasn't that bad. But it was.
And how cold was it?
How cool was Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it was awesome.
It's great. And
It was really cool,
and it
but I'm not
wasn't
a
in the-
fan of Notre Dame now because of it.
And it was a sunny day.
Yeah, it was
if I
beautiful.
remember right.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Rudy was offsides, by the way.
He was offsides. And just because you're from Delco and you're an Irish Catholic doesn't mean you're a
There's
fan
been a
of the
couple
Fighting
guy
Irish.
offsides. Nobody had their eyes on it to
Sean
see
Astin,
it before.
Stop.
I'm
Now
a
his
Catholic from
dad-
South Jersey. Am I supposed to pick a school because of that?
You're not Delco, so
his
you're not,
dad
you don't
helped-
get the honorary degree. Thank you
Sean
very
Astin's
much.
father, Rudy's dad. Who was he?
John Astin from the
And?
Adams family.
Gomez Adams.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Yeah, so Rudy's dad was Gomez Adams.
You know what always blows my mind is in that movie?
And Patty Duke was his mother.
John Favreau being in that movie always blows
Right?
my mind. That always blows my mind.
But that movie Swingers is an all-time classic.
It is an all-time classic.
I love that movie.
All right, I'll end it off. I want to flip the main question on its head, but here's the main question of today.
Have you reached the point of wake me up when the playoffs start?
If you're not wake me up when the playoffs start, why? Like, why wouldn't you be at this point?
Well,
You're going to
enjoying
be
the
playing on
progress.
NFC. No, it's not. You're not
One
losing the
seed
division.
is still up for grabs.
The one seed is up for grabs, but
No,
yes.
it's a lot to play for.
I mean, but you got to assume that you're either going to be that or the 2 seed. Why would you
Okay,
be
but I
invested
wanna be
in
the one.
in a Dallas game? I'm more focused, like Chuna says, on the Lions, what they're going to do, the Vikings, not necessarily the Eagles. The Eagles are going to win the last 3 games. They're going to.
Wow, let the football guy say it. You agree or not?
Yeah, I agree with that. The Eagles just have to take care of business. They can't really worry about what else is going on. Now,
But people are looking past this Commanders game. This is a good game.
it is going to be a good game, and it's really tough to play in Landover when you're traveling. Commanders fans are going to be out there because the team, there's some buzz surrounding the team, but I mean, the way the Eagles are playing right now, they're not overlooking a single opponent, and I think they're really going to build off of what you saw against the Steelers game, particularly in the passing game.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I can't believe people are looking past the Commanders.
I
The
think
Eagles aren't, which is what's most important.
And that's important.
that is what's most important. So let's talk a little bit more about this game. Obviously, we'll do all the matchup breakdown with you coming up in a little bit. But the line, not that should be anybody's basis of whether or not a game's going to be tight or not, is 3.5. And I think I just get the sense doing this every single day throughout this week, people are where Brendan is, where I'm kind of at, where it's like, all right, I'm focusing a little bit more heavily on another game during an Eagles game, which I never do. I will be checking out a lot Lions-Bears because if the Lions lose, hey, man, let's go for the 1 seed. But this game is still an interesting matchup between the Eagles and Commanders, and that should not be overlooked.
No, and it's not being overlooked by the Eagles. They know, they call it the hat and T-shirt game. They know what's at stake, that they need to take care of business first. They said that's a great step, but we obviously are playing for much more. So they know what exactly they need to do in order to win, and it's kind of refreshing when you hear that. Yeah, we're looking at the bigger picture. We're not going to be celebrating the hat and the T-shirt game.
Right now, when I look at this Eagles team, I believe they still have some things that they can show me. And one of the things is that I'd like a little more reassurance that this team can just be able to throw the ball all over the field when they want to. I saw it last week. I'm impressed by what it was, but I need to see a little bit more.
I told you the passing game was going to be there when they needed it.
You did say. It's one game.
It's one game, but it was
I don't
against
think
a
it's a
secondary.
referendum that it is, but that's cool.
But it wasn't like the Carolina. I mean, it was against a secondary that had Minka Fitzpatrick, Joey Porter. They have a lot of players that are capable of taking the football away and I think hindering the receiver's ability to catch the football. So I don't think that should be overlooked. Jaylen Hurts was attempting throws in that game that I hadn't really seen him attempt all season. I look at the back shoulder throw to A.J. Brown. He was fitting the ball into tight windows, and he was keeping the offense on schedule. It was very rhythmic. It looked the way it was supposed to look during the whole, for much of the season. And it wasn't just the third or fourth quarter. It was the first quarter on, which I think was very telling and perhaps foreshadowing for what we might see in the coming weeks.
What do you think is the biggest difference going into this matchup from the last time these two teams played on that Thursday night?
I would say that they just continue to build off of what they already were becoming, because that was when their identity was starting to form and they were becoming a run-first team. They've been through some tough battles as a team, and I think they've grown stronger collectively. The defense has gotten better since that point. They were tested with a scrambling quarterback like that, and they were able to kind of take what they've learned from that game and apply it to Lamar Jackson, which they did a great job. And I just think that there's a lot more confidence, a resounding confidence, knowing that you can win in a multitude of ways. So they've grown in a lot of different ways from what I've seen since that game on November 14th.
I'm a big believer that I don't believe right now the Lions are going to give us a break. I'm thinking 2 seed is what's going to happen.
You think they're going to finish strong?
Yeah, I don't see them losing one of these games. I don't see them losing to that Bears squad.
Well, they can score with anybody, obviously, but their defense, eventually, they're leaking oil right now, and eventually you can only withstand so many losses at key areas on that defense before teams are able to take advantage of it. The Bears might not be the team to do that.
The 49ers the next week?
I think they could do that.
See, I think here's the problem, and we talked about it earlier today. 49ers play the Dolphins this week. They lose to the Dolphins, they're eliminated. And at that point, what do they bring to the table the rest of the way? They're beaten up, they're disgruntled.
But they might not lose to the Dolphins, and they're really beat up their running back.
I'm rooting like hell for them to beat the Dolphins so they stay alive. They're guaranteed to stay alive if they win. If they lose that game, then season's over. Right. I don't know that they're going to be doing us any big favors on Monday Night Football on the 30th.
But I think if they have enough talent there where they can make it a game and be competitive against a Lions defense that's sort of reeling right now.
Yeah, but if they lose Sunday, like you hear what's going on in that locker room. Like I got Deebo Samuel going on Twitter saying how I'm not the problem, and there's community notes saying you're the league leader in drops, and then he drops a touchdown. What would have been a touchdown pass just last week. I mean, that team looks like it's fun. You had players quitting in the middle of the game.
Yeah, it does seem like they're teetering on the brink of implosion a little bit.
If they win on Sunday against the Dolphins, that means they band together, right? Oh, screw Devondre Campbell, right? We're together for this. Or they lose by like 3 scores this Sunday.
It's going to go one of two ways.
There's no, this is not going to be a hard-fought loss. It's either they win or they get beat up.
Can I say, how about them Cowboys? Or is that right?
You can say whatever you want. This is a free space.
Cowboys got to beat the Bucs. Cowboys got to beat the Bucs. The Falcons play the Giants. Cowboys play the Bucs. If that scenario happens, if the Cowboys can beat them, then with 2 weeks to go, the Falcons, again, are sitting on top of the NFC South. And that's what I want. Michael Penix Jr. and the Falcons.
Right. And I know
that's
it's
more than I want to play the Buccaneers.
I know it's not likely that the Bears pull off an upset, but crazier things have happened. The Panthers were a Xavier Leggett drop away from upsetting the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field. So we'll have to see. Crazier things have happened.
I just think they bounce back after losing last week to the Bills. Like I think the Lions win pretty easily this weekend.
And they are a very good team. I think they were a classic example of a team that peaked really early where the Eagles took a little bit of time to get going, but they peaked at the right time, and the Lions happened to sustain a ton of injuries. Most recently, David Montgomery, which was their Thunder and Lightning rushing
Yeah, it could be like
wasn't it Knuckles? And
Knuckles and Sonic, man. It could be like
I didn't play Sonic the Hedgehog.
The shock to the system with these latest injuries, or Dan Campbell of all coaches would be the guy that would get guys ready to play despite all the injuries. I think the Bears have no shot this weekend. All right, Johnny. Andrew gave his earlier this segment. I'm going to do this a little bit quicker today. So give us the second Kincade and Salciunas Wawa order run. There's nothing better than a Wawa gift card for the holidays. Happy Wawa Days with Kincade and Salciunas. Send your team or coworkers an e-gift card and treat them to Wawa instantly. Personalized in minutes, send in seconds. Andrew gave his earlier this segment. Johnny, what are you going to give?
I am going to say that there is a really, really nice item if you're really hungry. To roll on over that breakfast rack, and we love the rack.
Big fan of racks.
Go get yourself, how about the pepperoni and cheese bagel melt?
Oh,
I would not have guessed that one.
Ooh.
I'm just telling you, I've had it once because Dr. Schoon Young says stay away from that stuff.
Yeah,
make it occasional, but a pepperoni cheese melt with it's provolone cheese.
I thought you were going another route.
I will tell you.
Did I go another one?
This item was a big hungover Andrew.
That was one of yours?
Yeah, because it's just greasy and delicious.
It's just all greasy deliciousness.
Like, of course, man.
Nothing better.
All right, so coming up next, Andrew's going to break down some matchups for us to keep an eye on during this upcoming game that a lot of us are overlooking at this point because our eyes are set on the playoffs. Andrew DeCecco, of all people, the football guy, is looking at Bourbon Street. I can't believe it. This is amazing because I'm there too. I'm just amazed that he's the one that's also doing it. If you have any questions for Andrew,
look at that GW Fins and start looking.
Damn right. If you have any questions for Andrew, text him in at 610-632-0975. He'll answer those coming up next as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a football Friday, just 5 days before Christmas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports State.
Heading to D.C. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. Yes, the Eagles are heading to Washington this Sunday to take on the Commanders, and the Birds can wrap up the NFC East with a win on Sunday, and they can extend their franchise record-setting win streak to 11 in a row. It'll be against a tough opponent in the divisional Washington Commanders, but Jaylen Hurts spoke about that team earlier this week and how to neutralize a familiar foe.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same this for years and years and games and games. I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple. Kind of avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight against the Charlotte Hornets at home down at the Wells Fargo Center. And after fracturing his sinus last Friday night, Joel Embiid has practiced the last 2 days. He's being reevaluated today, and he's questionable for tonight's game, but he's progressing better than expected per reports. The Flyers fell to the Los Angeles Kings last night by a score of 7-3, and the Phillies made a signing. They signed 10-year vet Max Kepler, an outfielder from the Minnesota Twins, all 10 years of his career. The Phils signed him to a one-year deal. And the college football playoff kicks off tonight. Notre Dame is hosting Indiana, and then the local game, Penn State, is hosting SMU. Tomorrow, kickoff is at 12, and we'll have that game right here on The Fanatic Live. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Mike Missanelli.
It looks to me.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic on this Football Friday, joined by Andrew DeCecco for the entire hour, and it is Wawa Days with Kincade Salciunas. Gift cards are great for grabbing something while you're on the run at your local Wawa. Limited design cards make a more festive or personal gift, especially for those who may collect different Wawa cards each year. They also have some of your favorite brands like Apple, Xbox, Visa, Amazon, MasterCard, Google, Microsoft, Sony, and Uber. All those gift cards are great, but a $50 Wawa gift card might be even better. So, Brendan, we have given 2 of the 3, so you will now give the third order. Now, that does not mean it's time now to call. I will tell you when to call. Andrew gave his first. John gave his second. Gunnar, what is the third order for today's Wawa run?
Yeah, at all the Wawas, they now have those Coca-Cola freestyle machines. They're awesome there. You can get like any kind of soda you want. I'm going to go with the makeshift Shirley Temple, the Sprite with the cherry in it from the Coke freestyle machine.
Well, that's great. Wow. That, you and Joel Embiid.
Yeah, no, he's off those.
No, come on.
He's off those, remember?
You don't think he's ever had one anymore?
Yeah, off the hamburgers.
He's off those.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, brother. He's off those. By the way, we had a great point by Real Mama Eagle, who always makes great points. But she checked in about the Sunday's game for the Lions.
Okay.
Little baby hands Jared Goff.
Oh, no. Real Mama's right.
And you've been pointing out these splits.
Goff splits are horrendous. Mm-hmm. In fact, they are some of the worst of any quarterback who's had 50 starts. Some of the worst disparity.
Yeah.
Dome quarterback, warm weather quarterback, cold weather quarterback. Look, and remember, he doesn't even know that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. If you remember that.
I do remember that. Was that Hard Knocks? Yeah.
Like he's dumb as a bag of rocks. And he is.
And he has small hands.
And that's why Sean McVay wanted him gone. Because Sean McVay cannot tolerate
He needs big hands.
Sean McVay is a freak. He's a freak. He's in a good way, but he can't tolerate people that are not bright.
So I know Andrew DeCecco's a big handshake guy.
Oh, he is.
If
yes.
Andrew, you might break Jared Goff's hands for all we know.
I probably would.
By the way, in case people are wondering why we're even talking about this, they're in Chicago this weekend at Soldier Field.
It's going to be nasty.
Yeah,
it's going to be nasty. It's good. Look, anything to do. Real Mama's just trying to bring some sunshine.
Yeah, and I appreciate
on this Friday.
it.
I love it.
By the way, Andrew, before we get to the matchup discussion between the Eagles and Commanders, speaking of splits and numbers, I went through this with John and Connor earlier this week. I was amazed by it. Now, again, passer rating has changed over the years because the amount of throws that are now happening. Touchdown passes versus touchdown runs. 3 yards in a cloud of dust versus, hey, we can score 14 points in 3 minutes, right? Do you know that Jaylen Hurts is tied 20th all-time in passer rating?
No, but he has a ton of records right now if you really break it all down.
Yeah.
But I guess if you think about how efficient he's been, I can't say that I'm that surprised.
Well, that's what I said. I was like, well, now that I think about the efficiency, but it's amazing, like 20th all time. Now, there are some names ahead of him, like Jimmy Garoppolo's 10th. So, like, just how amazing is this
right,
stat?
You're taking it with a grain of salt, of course.
But, number one's Rodgers, 2 is Mahomes, 3 is Jackson, 4 is Burrow, 5 is Russell Wilson. Like, your top 5 are potential Hall of Fame, all Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And Jaylen Hurts is 20th on this list and could be moving up if he continues to be as efficient as he's been.
Yeah, when you look at those numbers, that really puts things into perspective. And I can't help but go back to the game that he had at State Farm Stadium in Super Bowl 57.
Yep.
Hours after that game, I'm walking out to pick up the Uber, and I just couldn't process how good of a game Jaylen Hurts had. Given the magnitude of the situation, the lights were brightest. You knew what Mahomes was going to do, but you didn't really know how Jaylen Hurts was going to respond. And he was the best player on the field. He rises to the occasion in critical moments, and you see it reflected in the stats and his winning the Eagles' record over the last 4 or 5 years.
I am intrigued as to what you think Nick Sirianni is. He keeps it in the moment. Mm-hmm. This team, he's done a really good job his whole career. Of his team never overlooks opponents for the most part. I can't remember a game where the Eagles came out and just totally laid an egg against the team they shouldn't.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah, but that was a big injury day. I'm sort of
sure. No,
I'm not making excuses. I'm making reasons maybe for that. How much do you think they're already looking ahead?
Oh, I don't think they're looking ahead.
No, as a staff, you don't think they're looking at planning ahead for potential matchups, anything like that?
No, I don't think. Not the immediate coaching staff. They're really focused on the task at hand, and I think that's what makes this team so so special, for lack of a better term, because they don't look back, they don't look ahead, they look right at who their opposition is that week and what they can do to improve on their performance from the previous week, and all the players share the same messaging. And when you have a team that's that sort of focused and detail-oriented, that's a lethal combination compared to, you look at what they can do defensively and offensively. I mean, when you have that kind of mindset, that's a champion mindset right there.
All right, give us some matchups for Sunday's game so that we don't completely overlook the Commanders, because we all have our sights on at least the NFC Championship game.
I'm raising the warning flags, telling people stop.
Yes, you are.
Well,
you're in NFC Championship game mode, but
I have a concern on this game. I really do.
So what's some matchups to keep an eye on, Andrew?
I'm looking at, when you go back to the previous meeting, Brandon Graham, Nolan Smith, and Josh Sweat, they all had sacks.
Yeah.
This is a game where I think that their edge rushers, the Eagles' edge rushers, are going to be able to feast on left tackle Brandon Coleman and right tackle Andrew Wiley. Andrew Wiley might ring a bell because that was the player that the Chiefs had at right tackle in Super Bowl 57, and we were all expecting Hassan Reddick to really feast in that matchup.
But the sod father screwed over everybody.
But nevertheless,
both teams played on that field.
One had 70 sacks and had to get sacks to win on defense all year. But that's regardless.
As I was saying, John, I think that Josh Sweat and Nolan Smith are going to have really good games working against them. And Zach Ertz had 6 or 7 catches in that game, but
6 catches for 47 yards.
47 yards. Yeah. So I think the Eagles linebackers, they don't get enough credit for what they've been able to do in minimizing the damage by tight ends. I think the only tight end that I could think of that had any semblance of an impact on the game was Mike Gesicki when they played the Bengals. He had 7 receptions.
It's funny,
for 73
we talked
yards.
about this during the pregame show this past weekend because we were, previewing the game, and Freiermuth was with Pickens out. We were like, all right, Freiermuth's really the only weapon. I was like, I don't think a tight end's really hurt the Eagles this year. And then we obviously remembered Gesicki because he had the big day. But other than that, it's been
Zach's
quiet.
out, right? I mean, he's out.
Yeah,
So they don't have to worry about him, and they don't have to worry about Eckler either.
They don't have to worry about Eckler. I think the matchup that I'm really looking forward to watching is Mike Sainristil, the rookie corner for the Commanders, versus Devontae Smith, because Sainristil has 2 interceptions. He leads the team in interceptions, and he had one last week, and he's playing with a little bit more confidence. He has a similar body type to Devontae, really good short area quickness, and he has a nose for the football. But then on the other side, Benjamin St. Juste versus A.J. Brown.
You just like saying it.
Well, Benjamin St. Juste, he has odd dimensions for an NFL corner because he's 6'4", and he doesn't have the fluidity, and he tends to get a little bit grabby. So I think that he's good for a penalty or two against A.J. Brown, and I think this is going to be a reawakening of sorts for A.J. Brown going against Benjamin St. Juste.
He's good.
Yeah,
he's good with the stuff.
This checker guy knows what he's talking about.
I went back and looked at that Eckler game yesterday. Watched the 15-minute game. Eckler had a great game against them, the Eagles.
Yeah, he did.
And he's out.
And it was sneaky.
And Ertz is out. If you go back to that game, those were two guys.
I can see it in your eyes. You're not as worried.
No, but I'm saying to myself, no, because I got to tell you, I have a ton of respect for Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
I know he blew the Super Bowl, and I know, but he's every bit the football coach that Nick Sirianni is. And I know that defensively, the fact that they're 4th in pass defense, that shows the impact. He's done a great job with that.
And then I would also, to add to that, I would say, looking at the edge rushers, they're going to be so critical in making sure that they contain Jaden Daniels. I thought Nolan Smith particularly did a really good job. Nakobe Dean and Zach Bond, they were so efficient in their jobs that they didn't have to dedicate a quarterback spy. I can remember a play where Jaden Daniels stepped up. I think it was on a 3rd down play early in the game, and Nakobe Dean made a nice tackle, and they were forced to punt. So really disciplined, assignment sound football from the Eagles, and I think this is going to be their final test for before the postseason.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Gunnar, what do we have on the text line? Any questions for the 2 football guys that are in this room right now?
Yeah, for both. Football guy Andrew's over there. And it's funny, he just brought it up. I guess we have a listener who was checking into the Birds Insider show with Andrew last night. He
says everybody should.
You should, because you'll pick up on some great stuff.
Thanks.
He said he heard you talk about St. Juste and Sainristil, but you had no mention of Marshawn Lattimore. Do you not expect him to play a role in tomorrow night's game? That's Tommy.
I think that he will. I think that they're going to be more apt to go with the 2 players that have been with them for a while. Lattimore is going to have an impact on this game, but he only has one under his belt. So to what degree, to what volume of snaps that he's going to play, that has yet to be determined. He's still relatively new to the defense in terms of actually getting on the field and playing. But I think he's going to certainly rotate in, if not start the game. But I would imagine those other two corners are going to see the lion's share of the snap.
Lattimore wants nothing to do with the physical contact, but he is good in the pass coverage, correct?
Yes. And he's chippy. Just ask Mike Evans.
Yeah, that was a great battle over the years. Bryce Huff, A, is he playing? And B, if he is, what are you expecting out of Bryce Huff once he does return?
I am so glad you brought that up, Andrew, because he is a player that, if you on the surface, there might be some eye rolls or groans. Oh, yeah, Bryce Huff might be coming back. But I think this is going to provide the defense with a shot in the arm because you're getting an edge rusher who, whether the stats indicate it or not, he was starting to come on a little bit before he got injured. Situationally, at least, he has the burst and the speed coming off the edge, and he's getting a little bit more physical at the point of attack. So if you're adding a player like that as your fourth edge rusher, because they've always been using a three-man rotation.
Right.
Chuck Harris hasn't even factored into the equation at all. I think that's going to be a big boost. Now, does he come back as early as this week? We're going to have to wait and find out because he still has a cast on his left hand.
Okay. All right, coming up next, we'll get a couple more text messages. The questions for football guy Andrew Salciunas.
No. He got it right.
DeCecco.
FGA.
Football guy Andrew
Spell it
DeCecco.
right.
We'll get those questions for Andrew coming up next. And also, a fine toward the Eagles that has just come down not long ago. This stuff is ridiculous. I'll tell you what it is next. It's Kincade and Salciunas with Andrew DeCecco here at 97.5 The Fanatic. 6:38 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm trying not to gasp for air on the air here.
What happened?
Well,
you
Gunnar
sound like Jordan Mialata.
Gunnar comes in during the break and goes, dude, I think somebody fell outside the bathroom. Look at the hole in the wall. I'm like, what? So I sprinted out there. There is a gigantic hole in the wall. It looks like something I probably did in college when I won't say too much more, but like maybe a fist went through a wall, but like maybe times 10. Maybe somebody's butt.
I got to see this.
Wait a minute.
It's huge.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is how could someone have fallen into the wall?
I don't know. It's toward the ground.
They had to have taken a spill.
That has to have been. Dude, it's huge.
Yeah, but if you took a spill, you'd take a spill shoulder first.
Not if you fall backwards, dude.
I don't know what that
Who
would
falls backwards
Maybe
with their led by their backside?
Maybe
Put it this way: it looks like there's no way somebody kicked it because it's literally
round.
humongous.
It is round. Yeah. Dude, it's unbelievable. We'll check it out during the next break.
Like big
I had to
butts,
see
and I
it.
cannot lie, but I mean,
Oh, damn right, man.
come on.
The Eagles, a specific member of the Eagles, was fined just now from Tom Pelissaro. Jaylen Hurts got fined because he wore the two different colored cleats on Sunday. Like,
What are we doing?
why? Why? And look, I know $5,000 is nothing in the pocket of Mr. $250 million, but that's what you're stressing over? That is what, as a league, I understand there's somebody in the league office where this is literally their rule. Like, oh, my job is to see if everybody's wearing their uniform correctly. But this is like, really? This is stupid. Sorry. It's dumb.
It is
That's
dumb.
good. That's
I'm not
all right.
crying for Jalen's pocket. He's
No,
got
it's
$250
dumb.
million.
It's dumb,
This
but
is
here-
stupid.
Okay,
It's the
here's-
principle of the matter.
Here's what I understand is, though, is that does he know the rule before the game?
Yeah.
Then pay the fine and be quiet.
No, he is being quiet. I'm the one that's complaining.
No, but I'm saying is, though, you know the rules. You know the rules. So either follow the rules or get the rules changed by the Players Association or do something or just pay the fine and say because you don't care.
Is A.J. Brown allowed to wear the pink cleats? Because he wears the pink cleats every single week.
No,
Why
AJ,
would they be? They're the same color.
He's the same color.
Yeah, but they have to be team
They
color.
don't
He
match-
got fined a
yeah.
couple years ago for it. Did they change the rule?
Wasn't it in October? That's
No, I think you have to wear the same
he
color.
wasn't
I think
mad.
the
No, he
rule-
literally got
no,
fined about it,
I
and he
think
made
the-
a big deal about
I
it.
think the rule got changed.
Okay.
They have to be the same color. I believe the rule was changed after that whole
Officially,
thing went on.
Hurts' fine was for wearing a shoe color that's not one of the Eagles' constitutional team colors. So the what looked like Kelly green was not the actual Kelly green. So apparently, if he wore the midnight green and a Kelly green, he would have been okay. But
Okay,
he
that's
wore a
weird.
Now,
different
does it have
shade
to
of
be
green.
Kelly green? Do they have to be wearing
This
Kelly green in order?
No, I don't know because they're saying it's not the constitutional team colors.
But like this month is my cause, my cleats.
Right.
So you're allowed
So
to do.
there's a multitude of colors that players are wearing on with their cleats, but depending on
And his cause is looking
Charities.
fly on the field.
Yeah.
But your my cause, my
the
cleats.
Jaylen Hurts Foundation is what he's representing.
Yeah,
My
this
call-
is so weird.
My clause,
man.
my cleats, or my cause, my cleats, is two shoes that are the same, though.
Yeah.
Why does it matter? Though?
Look, I understand. Everybody always says this about rules. It's like, well, why does it matter? You know what? It's like, okay, let's just have no freaking rules about anything. Guess what? The Players Association, instead of worrying about having less practices and pads and more vacation time and everything, if this stuff is important to them, why don't they actually collective bargaining it?
I hope Jeffrey Lurie pays the fine for it.
My
That'd be
gosh.
nice.
They're not allowed to do that either. They do that, they get the organization will be fine.
Because there's never been anything under the table.
Well,
in the
no, that
NFL.
can happen. No, Jeffrey Lurie could contribute the same amount
foundation.
to the foundation.
Andrew, real quick, we have a question from Broke G's on Twitter. Do you believe the Eagles, if he were to be released, do you think they would go after Calais Campbell?
Yeah, I do. I think that for the Eagles, given their position right now, they're going to leave no stone unturned if they believe that player can help them. And if they were to approach a Calais Campbell and try to get him on the roster, I think that the player that would be the casualty would be Chuck Harris.
Okay.
The thing
To
is,
interrupt,
Calais
though,
Camp-
John, you brought up Shaq Lawson or whatnot
Right.
a couple weeks ago, and the
they
Dolphins
blocked him.
blocked it. Now, would that be part of the Dolphins releasing
No. This
Calais
one,
Campbell?
This one, what I read yesterday was if they get eliminated, they will do him the solid.
But is there an underhand deal saying you don't go to the Eagles? If they blocked the Shaq, who was it, Barrett or Shaq Lawson?
Shaq Barrett.
From not getting released so he can't go with Vic Fangio earlier in the season, would they kind of tell Calais Campbell, hey, we'll give you what you want, just don't go to the
Just
Birds?
don't go to Vic Fangio. Because I do believe that was a high level of petty and that did happen. I'm pretty confident that the Miami Dolphins did do that.
Interesting.
They did not want to see Vic Fangio get anything. He is not like whatever went down between him and the dork did not go well.
And the dork.
Come on.
He stinks.
Vic
Mike
is a football
McDaniel,
guy.
Mike McDaniel stinks.
Mike McDaniel is.
He stinks.
I don't get it. Like,
it's a soft mentality that the Dolphins tend to have every week. They don't play with physicality, and I think Vic's mindset and his physical nature and his demands.
So you think that was the issue? The main head.
The Eagles don't have an issue with it. The Eagles want to get better. You see how they are with. We're working on Monday. There's no victory Monday. Vic's approach to practice. They're now practicing later. They want to get better. When you see results like that, you're more apt to approach things with a lot more enthusiasm, where I don't think the Dolphins took it the same way.
If you haven't watched their little docuseries too, check it out. With the Philly Bulldogs.
Oh, it was great.
Oh, it's awesome.
Great. You know what? That depicted Nakobe Dean as a natural-born leader, which is what I've been saying.
And
Kirby
that's why you're
best.
great, Andrew. That's why you're great. Real quick, prediction for Sunday.
Have the Eagles winning this one, I will say 30-17.
That's a
wow, I love that.
Very comfortable victory.
God, I feel great about that.
I feel really good about this game.
Okay.
All right, I love
You're
that.
staying overnight Saturday?
Yes, I am.
You did find the place?
I did.
Good.
All right. Enjoy yourself,
Maryland.
man. Enjoy yourself. I will see you on Monday. So for the people, Andrew DeCecco will not only be joining us for the 8 o'clock hour on Fridays, for this playoff push in the playoffs, Andrew will be joining us also Mondays for the 8 o'clock hour.
Whether he likes it or not.
However, John's already slacking, and he's taking your first week off.
I'm going to forget what you look like by the time I work with you.
No ice coming in?
There you
He
go.
has plenty
He's
to
got
say
plenty
about
to say,
sports in
man.
Philly.
All right, so Andrew, great job, man. We
Appreciate you
appreciate it.
guys.
We'll talk to you next
Take
week.
care, buddy.
And then, of course, coming up next, I'll tell you when to call for the Wawa gift card. It is Kincade Salciunas. Kevin Nagani joins us to start the 9 o'clock hour right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Busing down to D.C. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by WorldwideStereo.com. Looking for gift ideas this year, from turntables and headphones to home theaters, Worldwide Stereo has it all. Save big on the perfect gift. Visit Worldwide Stereo in Montgomeryville or online at WorldwideStereo.com. Yes, the Eagles are heading down to Washington today, this Sunday to take on the Commanders. The Birds look to wrap up the NFC East with a win on Sunday, and they can extend their franchise record winning streak to 11 games in a row. It'll be against a tough divisional opponent, but Jaylen Hurts spoke to the media earlier this week about how to neutralize a familiar foe.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same this for years and years and games and games. You know, I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple, kind of avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight at home at the Wells Fargo Center against the Charlotte Hornets. And after fracturing his sinus last Friday, Joel Embiid practiced the last 2 days, and he is being reevaluated today. He's questionable for tonight's game, but he's progressing better than expected. Per reports, the Flyers, they lost last night to the Los Angeles Kings by a score of 7-3. And the Phillies made a signing. They signed 10-year veteran outfielder Max Kepler. He played all 10 years in Minnesota. Phil signed him to a 1-year deal. And the college football playoff kicks off tonight. Notre Dame is hosting Indiana. And then the game everybody in the area is focused on kicks off tomorrow at noon. Penn State is hosting SMU, and you can listen to that game live right here on The Fanatic. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
got a little tease of what the promo was for this weekend. Will the Eagles win the NFC East on Sunday? I expect them to. Now, 30-17 was the score prediction by Andrew DeCecco.
That made me feel really good.
I feel good about the Eagles winning, but 30-17, my God.
I was honestly going to pick a last-second field goal. And I think I still am because that's what my gut instinct was.
Yeah, you go with
is
your
that
gut.
This game is going to be nasty, and it's going to be troublesome.
Sometimes your gut's nasty.
Could be. Could very well
never
be.
know. All right, Kevin Nagandi is going to be joining us momentarily. But before we do that, happy Wawa Days with Kincade Salciunas. Our last $50 Wawa gift card of the week. Call 215-263-0975. Remember, you have to know all three items that were ordered. One was by Andrew DeCecco. One was by John Kincade. One was by Brendan Gunn. 215-263-0975. If you get all three correct, you will win our final Wawa gift card, $50 worth, which is perfect right before the holidays, whether you want to use that as a gift for somebody or maybe you've been spending a lot of money recently that you go, man, I could use $50 to get some food.
Well, just having a $50 Wawa card even in your car, just to be like, walking in.
Well, that's like 5 stops.
Okay, so that's 5 for you? That'd be like probably closer to 8 or 10 for me.
Yeah, because I like to do like an entree, a little snacky,
so you do a little snacky.
And a drink every once in a while.
You're like a teenage boy.
Damn right I am, man.
You are. You're like the skater boys.
You're only as old as
mine.
You're only as old as you feel.
The
Johnny.
skater kids. By the way, a couple of my neighbors did text in with me going, yes, the skater kids. Always in there. They're very hungry.
Yes, they are. And
at the Wawa.
I respect it. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next from ESPN. We love talking to them every single week. And I did not smack John upside the head yet. Kevin Nagandi, I'm sorry. I have not smacked John for booking Bram Weinstein during your time slot.
Well, I mean, Kevin and Bram are friends, so I think that he'd be okay with it.
Well, I am okay with Bram because we are friends, but you would book the Commanders play-by-play guy over the guy that supports the Eagles nationally?
Well, you
Come
do.
on,
You do. You support it. You support it. I had thought he had said Friday, so I was just confused.
Hey, don't worry. Listen, this is the type of week we have no idea what day it is, what time it is. We're just looking to the weekend. That's all it is. It's that entire good luck to anybody that's actually working today and focused on doing any meetings because it's just not going to happen.
So my question to start, are you looking for the weekend? And by weekend, I mean Eagles Commanders, or is your mind elsewhere, Kevin? Our main question today for the audience, are people already at the wake me up when the playoffs start mode? Where are you at, Kevin?
No, I'm looking forward to the Eagles. Because I think every single weekend is I learn something about the team. So I'm more in that stage of I'm curious to see how other teams play out. They're competing for a 1 seed, which I think is absolutely critical. So I'm not. Hey, let's wait till the playoffs because that 1 seed, the Link is the best home field advantage in the sport. Tell me otherwise, because I've been in environments. Arrowhead's pretty amazing. I think there are a couple of other places where you're like, wow, this is. But the Link for an NFC Championship game is so critical. I don't want this team to be in Detroit. And you saw what the Vikings players said in 2017, what that experience was like for them to come here. And listen, I was at that Vikings game. I was at that 49ers game, that NFC Championship game a couple years ago. The place was electric. And the crowd brought it because I thought the 49ers had this impression that they were going to play bully ball against the Eagles, right? So, to me, I think the next 3 weeks are still critical each and every week to make sure everybody's healthy, learn a little bit about the team and the offense, and making sure that they secure home field advantage. And also, in the back of my mind, I'm kind of curious to see how Saquon plays after being a little beat up against the Steelers.
What do you think would be the easier path? If you had to play Commanders and Bucks at home, then at the Lions, or Packers and Lions at home?
That's actually really good.
Because if everybody wants the 1 seed, but the 1 seed, if the Packers or the Vikings win, the 1 seed, that team will come and play the 1 seed.
Yeah, you're right, and that's compelling. But big picture wise, you've got to win just 2 games, right? And you have 2 games at home. When you're playing the scenario of the Commanders, that would probably entertain. You got to beat them 3 times in a year, right? Anything can happen, especially when they know each other so well. Look at the track history of Todd Bowles' type defense against Jaylen Hurts in this offense. Let's not forget, they have bookended sending us home in the first round in the middle of the Super Bowl run, right? So, and a lot of that was because how bad the offense looked. So, to me, I would play the first scenario of being the 1 seed, and you got to go through the Packers, or the Packers got to come here, and then after that, potentially the Lions here. I would take that any day of the week, because regardless, you're going to face potentially a team like the Lions in the final round. Wouldn't you want it at home compared to, listen, Detroit hosting an NFC championship game for the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl? It would be as loud and as crazy as you would think the link would have been. Let's go back to, 2005 when they hosted the Falcons.
It's fair.
Kevin, you mentioned Jaylen Hurts. How are we feeling after a game in which they had him throw the football, kind of needed him to throw the football, and he did it very, very well against the Steelers?
I loved it. I love that they figured out the one-on-one matchup and find A.J. Brown. The one thing that was a little, okay, what are we doing is I felt too many chunks of, 5 passes straight to A.J. Brown, then 5 passes to Devontae Smith. I thought that they were missing a little bit of some balance, but that could have been the Steelers changing how they were approaching A.J. Brown. Listen, if he's one-on-one, he's going to win every single battle. He is that good in the league. He's going to find a way to get open if he's one-on-one. And I think that was a lot of A.J.'s frustration that, hey, I am open. Let's just unleash it a little bit. Now, the one concern I have more than anything else is you're going to face better defenses in the playoffs. You're going to face exotic defensive looks, too, with defensive coordinators like you brought up the Vikings and Brian Flores, who are just extremely smart and well-versed to mix looks. You've got to find a way to get the ball to maybe a third option that's not going to be A.J. or Devontae. And as a result, we've seen sometimes Jaylen hold on to the ball 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then just basically either decide to go down or just start to scramble, and then the opportunities of a turnover can happen.
We know that Nick Sirianni is extremely good at building up that relationship with his players and things like that. But how much has he done to swing you over to completely trusting him?
He's done a really, really good job, John, over the last six weeks of just trusting his defense and making sure that his decision-making trusts the defense where it's not a gunslinger all the time. You know, Dan Campbell got a ton of heat because they were down by 10 with, 12 minutes to go, and he decided to do the onside kick against the Bills team that was doing everything and anything, and a lot of people questioned that. Well, Dan Campbell didn't. I mean, Dan Campbell could say all the things he wants to say, but he doesn't trust his defense because they're so beat up. I mean, the Lions, they got 16 defensive players on injured reserve. So if you see how Nick is coaching this team compared to a year ago and compared to how it was in the beginning of the season, he's just trusting his defense that if my offense can't get it done, then let's play the battle of field position here, and then let me trust this defense for our offense to kind of get, their bearings right. And I think Nick's done a really, really good job and deserves a ton of credit over the last 6 to 7 weeks. And now it's going to get tougher and tougher after, you get through this 3-game stretch here in the division to see where they're going to play and who they're going to play and what coaching on the other side is going to be kind of bringing it to them.
Speaking of that, we went through all the teams in the NFC that could be in the playoffs, right? So that obviously went to some teams that are still on the outside looking in. Is there a quarterback in the NFC that you fear? I'm not saying, hey, I respect that guy, he's good. I'm saying fear.
Oh, man.
That fear being the operative word here, I had the same contemplation with it.
Yeah, so I think Jared Goff's a good player. I don't fear Jared Goff. I think Jordan Love, maybe in a year or two, I'm going to fear Jordan Love. He just needs more experience. You want to know who I fear the most in the NFC? Baker Mayfield.
I agree with you.
He was second on my list. Now, I don't fear him, but he's the second guy in the NFC. I have Stafford at number 1 still, but the Eagles handled him well a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the reasons, the difference between Baker and Stafford is Baker can move a little bit. Stafford can't.
Yeah.
Now, I fear Stafford's weapons. Holy cow. I fear Baker. When Baker is on one and his confidence is high, man, Baker's a gunslinger, and he does not care. And my man is throwing the ball really, really well, and his accuracy and his awareness and his confidence, when it is peaking, he could be dangerous, man. Absolutely wreak havoc on a defense, because the most dangerous quarterback in the NFL, in college football, is a mobile quarterback that can throw. Plain and simple. I mean, look at specifically Kirk Cousins. If you're a statue, you're going to get exposed. So Baker's one of those guys that can keep plays extended and move around, and then his confidence level right now is at an all-time high. So he would scare me, especially at the success he's had against the Eagles the last couple of years.
All right, Kevin, listen, man, we appreciate the time as always.
Have a great time with the kids and the family, Kevin.
Yeah, enjoy the holidays,
enjoy college football playoff. You're going to be kicking some ass.
I appreciate you, fellas. And a quick shout-out. I think you guys would agree. Hey, Temple Hoops, 2,000 wins. Congrats to Coach Fisher and the entire team. Really proud of them. They've been through a hell of a lot, and Coach Fish is putting them on the right track. It's nice to get to that number, because I think people forget when you talk about Temple and the history of that basketball program, it's one of the best in the country. Go Owls.
Damn right. Hey, wait, Kev, real quick, do we have any upsets in the first round of the college football playoffs?
Ooh, that's actually a really
because we just had line movement, Johnny.
We did?
Notre Dame down from 8.5 to 6.5.
That's because of the weather.
The snow.
Snow.
The fact that Indiana's in a college football playoff to me still drives me nuts, but we can
crazy,
do that
right?
another day. We can do that another
I would say that the team to watch and the entire first half to watch is tomorrow night in Columbus with Ohio State. It's their first game in 3 weeks since that embarrassing game against Michigan. That place will be crazy tight. Very much a Philadelphia tight when things aren't going well and dread kind of takes over the stadium. If Tennessee comes in and their defensive front is better than Michigan's, if they basically handle Ohio State's offense and it's tight, it's a tight game, watch out for that second half, because Tennessee can build confidence and Ohio State can shrink real quick. Even though I will say I think Ohio State has maybe a top 3 chance of all the teams to win the entire thing, they've got to get through Tennessee at home in that environment, especially that first half. Watch that game. And watch Chip Kelly's play calling, because it was abysmal against Michigan. It has to be better. You've got to utilize your weapons on the outside.
This is why we love you, Kevin. We can go to you for anything.
It's going to be a blue suit tonight.
It probably is. Yeah, John, yeah. It'll probably be a blue suit.
It's a blue suit, I'm telling you.
You and Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey, the blue suit is the go-to.
I can predict Kevin Negandhi suits. Sometimes he goes off the board, though, with some of the little wilder colors.
You're the man, Kevin.
Take care, buddy.
You know what? We know the line, though. We always know the line.
You're good, though. Yeah, you're not going in Ryan Clark's closet.
No.
Please.
Even though Ryan's got some things, but there are other things that are.
I think he looks like an Oompa Loompa sometimes with the stuff he's wearing. Take care, buddy.
I'm Steve Bridget, man. He brings flavor. Look, he brought him up. That was the whole point.
There you go. Take care, buddy.
Thanks, Kevin. There he is, Kevin Negandhi on the Comcast Bizarre. I love Kevin. One of the nicer people that you can know, especially in this industry.
He's fantastic.
But yeah, line movement. I saw
because of the snowstorm.
Brendan Gunn
shaking in my boots back here.
You know what? I hope Indiana go Hoosiers. All right,
it's a basketball.
You know what?
School.
I need Jimmy Chitwood to go out there and play running back for Indiana.
I just can't even.
That's not happening.
I
need Gene Hackman to go out there.
Listen, it's going to be your worst nightmare when it's Penn State, Notre Dame in the semifinal to go to a national championship.
Yeah, the battle from fake Philadelphia, Notre Dame, Penn State fans.
Here's the thing I can't get over, though. Still, I just can't get past the fact that we're having a 12. We got. If people say we needed a 12-team playoff, if they say we needed it again, statistics would tell you we don't. But if we needed a 12-team playoff, it should have been the 12 best teams in the country.
Well, I want to see
no
what the SEC
automatic
does.
bids.
I want to see what the SEC does because everyone's been putting them on a pedestal. Let's see if they're actually the best teams in the country.
This isn't even a greatest year for the SEC. But the idea is this.
Well, the excuse is already being made.
It should have been the 12 best teams in the country, not these auto bids. This became a social welfare football program where we're just giving people automatic bids from conferences where they don't deserve
know why?
it.
Because Notre Dame. Because they didn't want to have Notre Dame be a top 4 seed, so they had these automatic conference championship wins.
Notre Dame would have been in a 12-team playoff.
They can never get a bye.
But they could have just had the 12 best teams in the playoffs, and this Notre Dame team would not have been a top 4 seed.
Yes, they would have.
No. Not with that schedule they wouldn't have. You're out of your mind. Get your mind out of Delco.
I
For God's sakes, out of that schedule?
As little.
You can't walk into your church on Christmas Eve after bashing Notre
Father
Dame.
Riley is probably not, our new pastor is probably not a Notre Dame fan.
As little as I want Penn State to win, because I went to Temple. So for people, why you hate on Penn State? Because I went to Temple. Like, that's why.
Yes.
I kind of do need to see a Penn State Notre Dame matchup. Because I don't know what would happen in this city filled with frauds.
Well, Delco
didn't go to Penn State and didn't go to Notre Dame. There are a lot of people that went to Penn State from this area, but there are also a lot of frauds. I see the "We Are" tweets all the time from people that went to Westchester.
It's the two biggest.
Brandywine doesn't count either.
It's the two biggest Walmart. It's the two biggest Walmart alumni that we deal with. That people go to Walmart, get their T-shirt, and then they're always the people who don't have parchment to a school are always the most obnoxious in the fan base.
They're the loudest.
The people who have parchment, they're not the most obnoxious. Now, Slippin' Benny would say Mike Missanelli is about the Penn State thing.
Yeah, but he's a Penn State alum. He's allowed to.
No, but the parchment thing matters. Is usually parchment brings a level of decorum. It's the guy who goes to Walmart and gets a T-shirt that's the most obnoxious about his fan base.
Does this look like a Walmart shirt to you? This was $70.
Do we have Penn State non-Penn Staters here? Because it would be you and Kevin Cooney versus. Who's the tag team matchup?
I don't know. It's surprising. I don't know if we have any.
We used to. Matt Lombardo used to work here, and
he was really.
Oh, dude, we are.
Oh no, but
wait,
go.
His wife
went. He didn't go there.
His wife went.
Oh no.
So I don't know if we have any Penn State.
Paul Blake,
here.
but not necessarily.
No, Paul Blake is lovely children.
Yeah, he's paying.
Ricky Bo's daughter went there, or still goes there.
No, but Ricky Bo is a freaking mercenary.
He's a Notre Dame fan because he knows
a Notre Dame fan.
Bo knows ball.
He could be a Notre Dame fan. Could be a Penn State fan.
All right, fine. We'll do this. Two Penn State fans that didn't go to Penn State on the contest line. 215-263-0975. You'd go tag team matchup with Brendan Gunn and Kevin Cooney if we had a Penn State versus Notre Dame college football playoff matchup.
Now Kevin Cooney's gonna take you down. He's gonna take you down.
Yes, he will. All right, let's go to Dean on the cell. What's up, Dean?
What's up, Deanie?
Hello, man. Hey, listen, I believe that you gotta face the opponent at hand, which is the Commanders. And even though we beat them here, we have to beat them there to secure the division.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we win next week, we secure the division.
Yeah,
too.
they're not losing the division. The
Eagles aren't losing the 2 seed. The Eagles beat the Cowboys. They'll be the 2 seed. They're going to get this done. But you want to send the message, right? Is that what you're talking about? You want to send you want to kick him in the teeth a little bit, Dean.
Anytime you go and you beat the AFC North, and then you come home, or teams that's closer, and struggle with them.
Yeah, honestly, Dean, and thanks for the call. This is the prototype of the letdown game.
Don't say that. Bill Colorillo's planning a show right now.
I know. And by the way, if they do win, man, it's hard to beat a team 3 times.
No, it's not.
It's very hard.
No,
it's very hard to beat a team 3 times in the season. Let's continue to spread that misinformation.
It isn't.
How hard it is to beat a team 3 times in one season. There's Billy.
He's got a lot to say.
He's got
coming
a
up
lot
at 10.
to say. All right, coming up next. We got to give our picks, but quickly. So we're going to give our picks. Brendan Gunn, we have a guest picker today, and he's on fire as the guest picker. You have Connor's picks. We will give our picks coming up next. And then our man Michael Westwood did so good yesterday. His bets hit for the Thursday night game of the year in the AFC West. That game of the year hit, and he will be giving us some picks for this college football playoff that we've been talking about. It is Kincade and Salciunas on Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Going for 11 in a row. I'm Brennan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by WorldwideStereo.com. This year's big gift idea, get no interest financing and save big on 4K TVs, home theaters, turntables, headphones, and more at Worldwide Stereo. Visit them in Montgomeryville or online today at WorldwideStereo.com. Yes, the Eagles are heading down to Washington this Sunday to take on the Commanders, and the Birds can wrap up the NFC East this Sunday, and they can even extend their franchise record winning streak to 11 games in a row. It'll be against a tough divisional opponent, but Jaylen Hurts spoke earlier this week about how to neutralize a familiar opposition.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same this for years and years and games and games. I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple. Kind of avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight at home at the Wells Fargo Center. They're hosting the Charlotte Hornets. And after fracturing his sinus last Friday, Joel Embiid has practiced the last 2 days and is being reevaluated today. He's questionable for tonight's game, but he is progressing better than expected. Per reports, the Flyers, they lost last night to the LA Kings by a score of 7-3. And the Phillies, they made a move. They signed 10-year veteran outfielder Max Kepler. Kepler spent all 10 years of his career in Minnesota with the Twins. The Phils signed him to a one-year deal. And the college football playoff kicks off tonight. Notre Dame is hosting Indiana, and then tomorrow at noon, Penn State is hosting SMU. That is going to be broadcasted live right here on The Fanatic, starting at noon tomorrow. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Can you feel it?
The Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders.
Kincade Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:31 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We're going to be joined by our man Michael Westwood of GBIWins.com coming up in a few minutes. He killed it yesterday. The bet that he had hit for the Chargers-Broncos game and the over-under that he gave out to our first 250 callers that called his pre-recorded line. So he had a 2-0 day last night, and he's going to get us set for some college football action because the college football playoffs begin tonight with Indiana and Notre Dame. But real quick, before we speak to our man Michael Westwood, hit me with some music. It is time to give our picks. How we doing, Johnny?
We're doing well. I'm in third place by one game to Connor, who's in second place by one game to you, who's in first. 38 and 22 for you, 37 and 23 for Connor. I'm 2 games back, 36 and 24.
Okay. All right. So
where are we at?
Would you like me to go? Who had the best record last week?
Connor, and I'll give you his picks.
Okay. Then give Connor
sent his picks in. The Eagles, -3.5 versus the Commodes. The Rams, -3. He's taking the Rams in that matchup. He's going to lay the points in that Rams matchup coming up this weekend against the Jets. That seems like a pretty easy one there on Connor's part. Colts -3.5. I don't know who the Colts are playing because I just happened to pull that up there. He has the Colts -3.5, and then he has an anytime Garrett Wilson touchdown.
Wow, he's going anytime tutty bet. That's
anytime tutty, which are allowed.
Okay, yeah, no, of course they're allowed.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to go 1 game and 3 props.
Okay.
I've been talking about it a couple of times today. Look, I know it might be cold in Chicago. I think the Lions, after losing last week, will bounce back against the Bears. They are 6.5-point favorites on the road.
That's a lot.
And I am taking it. So I will take the Lions to cover the 6.5 in Chicago against the Bears. My 3 props, Rachaad White, his over-under in rushing yards is just 44.5. Remember, he's been split in the backfield with Bucky Irving, but Irving is still dealing with that back injury, so Rachaad White's been getting more carries. And they're playing the Cowboys. I expect them to be up, and that way White can carry the ball more. So White over 44.5 rushing yards. I'll give you Hurts over 36.5 rushing yards. That number is low. He's been hitting that pretty frequently. And then lastly, Trey McBride, his over-under in receptions is 6.5. Here's his receptions the last 4 games, 9, 7, 12, 12. Kyler Murray is having a lot of fun with his rookie tight end.
So it's over what?
6.5 receptions.
That's not bad. Okay. I like your thought process on that one. I'll go with some easy ones for you here. By the way, 4 props. Jaden Daniels in the Eagles game, under 223.5 yards passing. He 55% of their offense last game was passing to Ertz and passing to Eckler, and Eckler running. They're both out. I'll take that one. Malik Neighbors of the Giants. I take him over 67.5 receiving yards. I love that one.
Oh, Drew Lock's playing quarterback again, right?
I love it. It's the Falcons game. The Falcons are going to give up some yardage there, so I'll take that.
A not real quarterback, but a real.
No.
Compared to Tommy DeVito, you might have Peyton Manning playing.
I'll take James Cook over 67.5 yards rushing, and Jamar Chase over 87.5 yards receiving.
My fantasy team loves that. All right, Gunner, guest picker.
Yeah, I'll go Steelers getting 6.5 at the Ravens. Lamar Jackson plays well against everybody besides the Steelers. Steelers are coming off a big loss. I think they're going to bounce back a little bit. They're not going to win the game. They're going to get that 6.5 points, though. It's time to put my money where my mouth is. Texans plus 3.5 at Kansas City. Kansas City's playing a playoff team. The Texans are going to beat them outright. So I'm just taking the points on top of that. Vikings -3 at Seattle. I don't buy into Seattle. You saw what the Packers just did on the road in Seattle. They kicked their butt.
Yeah, I looked at that game.
I think the Vikings are going to do the same thing. And then my prop, Joe Burrow only a touchdown and a half. Like, how is that? That's free money. He's going to throw
his
2
props
at least.
are so low. It's unbelievable. I mean, if you want to make money, just start betting Joe Burrow props. His yardage is like 260-something.
He's ridiculous.
And he's thrown for like 350 every single week. All right, those are our picks. Great job, Gunner. And we will be joined momentarily by our man Michael Westwood, who had another good game picking yesterday.
He did. He had a good night.
GBIwins.com is his website. And, of course, you can call his free recorder line at 1-800-885-2525. Once again, that number is 1-800-885-2525. And he's been killing it for us all season long. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to him all season long. One more time, 1-800-885-2525. Michael, you had another nice night yesterday, huh?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. I just don't even know what to say. The winning is abundant. Chargers last night, the first 250 also got the over. Winning is a way of life, brother. You know that. You know what I'm all about. I mean, right now, Thursday Night Football, and it's documented, I'm 13-3. But let's put the NFL to sleep right now, and let's go bowling today, baby. I've got my game of the year. It's my College Bowl game of the year going off at noon Eastern time. Ohio U playing Jacksonville State. Now, realistically, guys, who really cares about that game?
I don't.
Why is that?
I don't. That's what scares me about betting on it, Mike.
Money makers. That's who cares about it, Michael.
Well, that's what it is. I mean, they put this game out right now for all the degenerate gamblers, excuse my French, to bet at noon. They have to have a noon game. I mean, to me, I don't just do it to do. I mean, I bet the games to make money, all right? My staff, my team, we have locked and loaded on this Ohio U Jacksonville State game, and it's going out right now absolutely free as my bowl game of the year. I am 17-0 with this information, and I am inviting everybody to call my free recorded hotline, 1-800-885-2525. That's 1-800-885-2525. You'll be connected to my free recorded hotline, and you will get my game of the year, Ohio U playing Jacksonville State. And, guys, I'm going to go one step further.
Okay? You have more?
I do. The featured game this evening, the first 250 people who contact me now at 1-800-885-2525, they're also going to get the winner of tonight's Indiana-Notre Dame matchup. Wow. Guys, it's free, it's on me, and it's on my recorded hotline.
And in case people want to get more information, because you mentioned it, you're 13-3 on Thursdays this year. Your bowl record last year, 34-6 is pretty impressive, Michael.
I mean, we do this on a consistent basis. Guys, I've been in the sports handicapping world for 40 years. I know how to beat the bookmakers on any given game day against the point spread. But you want to know something? Today is absolutely incredible. I very rarely will have a game like this right at the beginning of bowl season. Ohio U playing Jacksonville State. It's free and on my free recorded message. Call right now, 1-800-885-2525. Again, that's 1-800-885-2525. There's no sales pitches. There's no hype. You put as much money as you could afford on this game, and when the game wins, you give us a call back, and maybe we'll work out some business together.
Now, what is some of that business? Because we talked about this yesterday, that we get into it a little bit today. You do have like a platinum package. Is that correct?
Yeah, the package is very, very clear. I mean, you can go on the website. It's GBIwins.com. But again, I'm very superstitious. I don't like to talk business with potential clients before I win the game. So once again, let's get on this game early at noon. Get on the game early. Make yourself some money. Call us after the game wins, and we'll sit down and we'll discuss how our package is worth.
That phone number to call for the free recorded hotline for the pick, 1-800-885-2525. Again, 1-800-885-2525. And just like he did yesterday he gave the over for the first 250 callers that called for the Chargers-Broncos game. He's also going to give the first 250 people that called today the winner of the Notre Dame-Indiana game. Michael, listen, man, I know you work around the clock all year, all these sports, but I'm sure even you get a little bit more juice going into college football playoff and NFL playoff time.
This is such a great time of year. I mean, like you said, you got the NFL, you got the bowl games. Don't forget about the basketball, college, and NBA. Guys, this is a phenomenal month, phenomenal 30 days for my clients. So once again, jump on board after we win with this Ohio Jacksonville State. Make some money. Guys, money is making every single day with this company, and I'm serious about that. All right, it's very, very simple. It's not going to cost you a penny to listen today. Dial 1-800-885-2525. Again, guys, 1-800-885-2525. Get on my college game of the year. Call us right now.
You're the man, Michael. We appreciate it as always. Keep up the great work. Happy holidays. Happy winning. We'll talk to you again in 2025.
Same to you guys, man. Take care. Have a great day. Let's win.
There he is, Michael Westwood from GBIWins.com. All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show. And we'll kick some things around before we let John go off for vacation. Slacker John.
Yeah, real slacker.
Can't believe you. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
This football team keeps providing proof that they're very good. We kept saying, well, you can't just look at total yards passing because they don't pass that much. It's nonsensical.
Has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
Jaylen Hurts is always been.
mention of Kepler, who the Phillies signed yesterday.
He's German.
He's also a right fielder.
A big fan of Von C, I bet.
But he's also a right fielder. So is Nick Castellanos.
Well, Nick Castellanos is a much better player than him.
Yeah, and who's playing center and left? Is it still the Rojas Marsh platoon? Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, it is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C Brewing.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Have you reached the point of wake me up when the playoffs start? And I ask that question because, John, all week long, it's not like this game got difficult this morning. This game's been difficult since Monday morning. After the Eagles-Steelers win, a big win against the Steelers. We've seen this in the NFL a million times. The come-down performance the following week after a big win, especially an emotional win like that one because it was coming off of everything that happened after the Panthers game, right? There's levels to this. I'm not saying I'm picking the Eagles to lose. It's just it might not be another 3-score blowout like we saw this past weekend.
Oh, that is not happening.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty close. But, John, all week long, have we talked to a single person that has said anything about this Commanders game?
No, we really haven't talked about it much because I think people have moved on to looking ahead, to just looking at, well, are you going to be the 1 seed, are you going to be the 2 seed, or otherwise? It's a very dangerous thing to do, considering, and I'll say it to you again in case you don't remember, 8:26 to go in the game, fourth quarter. Remember, the Commanders were 4th and 2 at the Eagles' 26-yard line, down 12-10. Remember that the Eagles scored a touchdown in the second half to make it 12-10. It was 8:23 to go when that disastrous decision was made for the Commanders to go for it. Jayden Daniels sort of fumbles the snap. Jalen Carter blows up the play.
Yep.
Zach Bond cuts across and takes Jayden Daniels out. Eagles get the ball. Eagles turn it around, go down the field, march down the field, score a touchdown to go up 19-10. Remember, this game could have been 8:20-something to go. Kick, field goal, 43-yarder. Commanders leading 13-12. Eagles having to go down to take the lead. I have every confidence that they could have done that.
Right.
But anyone who spins it any other way than the Commanders gave the Eagles all they could handle on their home field, the Commanders and the Eagles play tight games. Okay?
I'm not saying that Jayden Daniels is not good. I'm not saying that any of the quarterbacks we're going to talk about are not good.
Okay.
But there is a line between that player is good and I'm scared of that player. If I look at the AFC, regardless of the poor season that Patrick Mahomes is having in terms of his standards.
Right, exactly.
I'm forever scared playing against Patrick Mahomes.
I think he's scarier than Josh Allen.
I am scared of playing Josh Allen. I am scared, even though the Eagles did a tremendous job against him, of playing against Lamar Jackson, right?
Okay, sure, absolutely.
I just mentioned 3 AFC quarterbacks to you. There is not one quarterback in the NFC where I go, ooh, scared. Not one. So, guys, the Eagles are favorited in this game, but just by 3.5. Like, this is actually a pretty difficult game. The Washington Commanders are a playoff team. They've faced you already this season, so they've seen a little bit about what you can throw their way. And in that game, the Eagles both had to run and throw, so it's not like this was during the winning streak where Jalen threw the ball 15 times. He threw the ball 32 times in that game. He's only surpassed 30 times passing in this winning streak twice, that game and then this past weekend against the Steelers. So they've had the opportunity to see Jaylen Hurts as the throwing quarterback, and of course Saquon Barkley was running the football that game. So the Eagles-Commanders game on Sunday is all of a sudden a little bit of a sneaky, decent matchup. Now,
it's sneaky, all right.
It's sneaky, but I think the Eagles handle their business. We'll give our predictions coming up momentarily. But that was the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by our friends at Von C Brewing Company in Norristown. You can check out their Key 3. They got the OG Pills, which is the legendary Philly lager, a gold medal winner at the 2023 World Beer Cup for the best American Pilsner, a family recipe dating back to the 1860s, and still one beautiful beer the Walking on Clouds, which is Von C's flagship hazy IPA. And Johnny.
Of course, they have the 2-time best of Pennsylvania Vienna. The Vienna Lager.
That's good work. You went Vienna.
With all German ingredients. Visit my friends in Norristown, which is very similar to Vienna. Same type of hotels, dining opportunities, and everything. Your girlfriend won't even know where you're going. Go check out vonc.com.
It was amazing.
VonCBrewing.com.
I watched a video like 2 weeks ago of like German engineered things and a German actually saying it. So how we say Volkswagen,
right?
It's Volkswagen.
Volkswagen.
I'm like,
it's like they say it backwards.
Well, because the V is W and the W is V, and I'm listening to her saying things, and I'm like, oh man, this is awesome.
I miss my German automobile.
Yeah,
I drove German automobiles for a long time. I miss them. The little hybrid Toyotas, though, they really work well.
Yeah,
they work well when you have to drive every single day.
Not to do an endorsement. The other day, John and I parked right next to each other the other day because it was raining. We wanted to be closer.
Sure, we like to be close.
And he started driving away. You can't hear it. That stuff scares me. I'll be honest, man.
You can't hear
the silence.
By the way, you can't hear it when you pull into the garage.
That freaks me out.
When I
dude.
start the car, if I start the car to pull garage doors up, Christina's putting on her shoes over on the bench. I'll start the car. She can't tell that the car started.
Yeah. Now, when I back up, my car goes.
Well, that's because of all the potholes. You got to navigate a lot of potholes, and all those roundabouts in Jersey.
Yeah.
You know what?
Just
Just a quick thing before I get out of here.
Yes.
We appreciate you guys so much.
Seriously.
For what you've done to patronize the show. All of our great advertisers, all of our great listeners every single day. Those of you who get involved on social media with us and everything, you are greatly appreciated, and it has been an absolute blast getting Kincade and Salciunas started in 2020.
200 shows. Today was show number 200. Connor did not want to be here with us.
I did, but he couldn't be with us today. And by the way, if you're going to Christmas Eve Mass, be cordial to people. Do not send somebody to save 10 seats. If you're going to Christmas Eve Mass, show up and sit down. Yes. People will be like, they'll say, oh, no, this row is saved. BS. Be courteous to people. It's church.
I think the guy born on that day, the next day.
Oh, my God.
Would be thankful for the guys looking out for their family.
No, you don't. You show up. Everybody else is there, and they're looking to sit. Good. And by the way.
Well, what if they're stuck in traffic?
Oh, stuck in traffic, my butt. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us in the Davis CPA group. They're awesome. Ron, have a great time with you and your family. And make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. I'm living proof and very thankful for it. The cancer research saved my life 3 times.
I'm not as chesty as Andrew DeCecco, but I'm not as fearful as you. I do have the Eagles winning, but a hard-fought one. I would say 24-18, something weird
cool.
like that.
I say 27-24 Eagles.
Gunner?
30-17, just like DeCecco. I mean, every time I think the Eagles defense is going to go over that threshold of the 18, 19 points a game, they never do. So I don't see the Commanders breaking that.
I got them right at 18 then. How about that?
I hope you guys have a great, great holiday.
We will.
I really do, and I love you guys, and I'll see you soon.
And happy early birthday.
Thank you very much.
John Kincaid's birthday on Monday. Everybody have a great, great weekend. I'll be back at it Monday with Brendan and Connor. Johnny, enjoy your week off, and we'll see you in 2025. Everybody, coming up next, Mike Missanelli Show with Brendan Gunn, Sean Rodman in for Ray right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Heading to D.C. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is driven by Gary Barbera. Is Gary Barbera the best? Boy, I guess. Gary Barbera is thankful for Birds captain, big man Brandon Graham. Drive like BG today, and happy holiday with the new Barbera Jeeps for $249 a month. Yes, the Eagles are heading down to Washington to take on the Commanders this Sunday, and the Birds can wrap up the NFC East with a win, and they can extend their franchise record-setting win streak to 11 in a row. It's going to be against a tough divisional opponent, but Jaylen Hurts spoke earlier this week about how to neutralize a familiar foe.
It always presents its challenges when you've seen the same guy and the same this for years and years and games and games. I think when you're able to attack people in different ways, I think that always helps when you're multiple, trying to avoid some of those things.
The Sixers are back in action tonight at home at the Wells Fargo Center. They're hosting the Charlotte Hornets, and after fracturing his sinus last Friday, Joel Embiid has practiced the last 2 days and is being reevaluated today. He's questionable for tonight's game, but he is progressing better than expected per reports. The Flyers last night fell to the Los Angeles Kings by a score of 7-3. And the Phillies made a signing, outfielder Max Kepler. He's a 10-year vet from the Minnesota Twins. The Phils signed him to a 1-year deal. And tonight, the college football playoff kicks off with Notre Dame hosting Indiana. And then tomorrow, the game everybody's paying attention to. In these parts, Penn State is hosting SMU out in Happy Valley. And we'll have the live call for you right here tomorrow at noon on The Fanatic. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Vitalico.
This defense